Freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing the football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good evening, boys, girls, and NBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome back to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. I say welcome back to the people who've been here before. If you haven't been here before, then I wasn't talking to you. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? It's a beautiful day here in Ohio. Got outside a little bit. Spent some time with the fam. You know how it is. I like the starting screen, relaxing to look at. I also, too, as well, enjoy the starting screen. I don't... Okay, we're going to leave the debate topics off of this one. Let's do that. We already do have some people waiting in the wings for the debates, so I don't want to keep them waiting too long. Now, you may be asking yourselves, if you follow my community posts, Alec, I thought you said you were done with debates. I did. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll relapse. So here we are. Relapse on the debate thing. So, that's what we're doing tonight. Sorry, I was just reading the chat. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're just, well, I was going on TikTok debates again. So, I figured why not just stream live and just, like, I got connections. I can get people who want to debate me. So let's do it. So here we are. So, I am already in the call in my server, my special debate server, not the OG server. All right. And I will be playing I'll be playing none other than Risk of Rain. That's right. We're bringing it back. Bringing back the Risk of Rain debates. We're going back to the basics. Where's it at? It's been so long since I've played. Risk of Rain 2. Oh, one thing I gotta fix. One sec. Properties. I was gonna write something here. What was it? To join, scan QR code or click link in the description for Discord. I was gonna write something else and I can't remember now. Whatever. Oh, I remember. Sorry. I put a command. I was like, wait a minute. I know I was going to put something here. I put a command. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, or the site, it's exclamation debate. Exclamation debate. That'll give you a link to the debate server. It is just... It's just a hollow server that I created to keep chuds away from the main space. The main space is chud free. Okay, it's the quarantine. Preferably no trolls. We shall see. If there are trolls, we will deal with it. But hopefully, you know, the right is always saying the left don't want to debate anymore. Oh no, the left don't want to debate anymore. Look, all they do is pew-pew us, right? I have to say pew-pew on TikTok.
You gonna watch the new Jubilee Surrounded tomorrow?
Probably not. Who's going on? It's not Cenk, is it? He already did his. Thank you very much for... What was it? Who gave me money? I can't see the notification. Hold on. Oh, on YouTube. Thank you, Psycho Salad, for $2. No, I will probably not be watching it. I'm not that interested. But who's to say? Okay. I don't have much in the way of crochet updates. Because... I have nothing to show you. Because I've been whipping them out and then sending them out. Like, I got 2 shipped out. I got the Vulpix shipped out. And I got the Quagsire shipped out, finally. And they have met their destinations. Well, the Vulpix did. Quagsire's still on his way. But, Shuckle is still here. And he's still queer, I think. We're not sure, but he's shown signs. So, He'll just be, like, reminding you that this is a thing that I do. He's my partner. That's his job. We pay him well for it. Alright. Bisexual. There you go. Excuse me. Goodness. Ugh. Sorry, allergies. Okay. Oh, let's do this thing. Let's see. I want to put you over here. There we go. Ugh. Okay. I guess I should probably record. Yeah, I'll just record. Alright, we are bringing in the first sucker. Bait panelist.
Might go up if I come up with a disagreement, lol.
Okay, thank you very much for, how many biddies was it? Usually 100? I'm gonna say 100. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for 100 biddies. I should probably turn that off. No, it'll be funny. We'll keep it on. It'll be funny. We'll roll with it. Okay, who is here first? Here, hold on. Alrighty, I need to know. Thank you all for waiting. I appreciate your patience. We are live. Currently, we are live, but nobody can see or hear you. So all I need you to do is just let me know who is here first, and we can get started. Yolo Mab, were you here first? Careless Rex? Okay. We'll pull Careless Rex in. Agreed? Ping everyone. No. Just tell me. Just concur. No, Okay, I'm pulling in Careless Rex. I trust him. Sorry if he lied, but nobody's... No, okay, Careless was first. There we go. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Alright, move to stream chat. There we go.
Hello?
Hello? Alrighty, excellent. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let me turn you down just a touch. I think that should be good right there. Alright, chat, as always, just let me know if there's anything wrong with the audio, and I will try to fix it. Alright, Careless Rex, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. A bit sleepy.
Good.
It's 2 a.m. in Europe.
Oh, you're in Europe.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, what are you here to talk about?
Well, to argue, right? I'm not too sure about your positions, so could you give me like an umbrella term to say what you are or what you believe in?
Leftist, socialist, progressive, all of the above, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I myself is a ANCAP, if you know what that means. Or
Okay.
what that is.
What brought you to such a
Yeah.
conclusion?
Argumentation ethics. And the fact that you cannot disprove it without presupposing it.
You cannot disprove what without presupposing it.
Argumentation ethics.
I don't follow. What?
It's the fact that for you to argue, you need to presuppose some of normative claims. Like for example, like I own myself and you own yourself. Because if you didn't, we wouldn't be able to argue in the first place, right?
Why are you an ANCAP? That's my question.
Hey, do you
you
want
answer
like
it?
the philosophical? Yeah.
No, I
because-
don't like the philosophical drivel. Just speak English. Why are you an
Okay,
ANCAP? Please, I'm a little
because
slow.
I think that aggressing on people is evil, and I think that forcing stuff
Okay.
on people is evil.
I also believe those things, and I am not an ANCAP. What's the difference?
I don't think
I'm a
you do believe
socialist.
in those things. Yeah. So I
Okay,
don't
why,
think you
why
do
do you
believe in those
think?
things.
What impression have I given that I do not believe in forcing myself upon other people or allowing other people to do that? When did
Do
I
you believe in
imply
taxes?
that? Huh?
Do you believe in taxes?
In taxes? Yes.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I? Do you?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I think it's evil. Well,
Wait,
if you
why?
take the definition.
Do you like
First, we can-
having roads to drive on?
I do. Do
you like
yeah,
having
but
libraries?
That doesn't matter.
How about policemen?
Let's
Do you
take
like
the
having a police
definition.
force?
Let's take the definition of taxes, right?
Do-
What is
I- I-
taxes?
taxes pay for all of those things. How can you say taxation is evil? You like those
Because
things, right?
in itself, it's a use of force.
You like those things, though, right?
Yeah, but what if? Okay, I
Okay.
don't like those things. Yeah, I
No.
don't like those things.
Those things exist
rather
because of
not be taxed.
taxation. Okay, okay, let me ask you an honest question. If the police force were not funded via taxation, how would they be funded?
So if you want to be safe, right?
Yes, I would prefer that.
Yeah. So what's stopping you from contracting someone to keep you safe, like a bodyguard of sort?
Money. I don't have the money for that. I'm strapped for cash
Yeah.
as it is. What are you talking about? I can't afford a bodyguard. What?
Okay, let me ask
So
you this.
so
right?
you're telling
The
me in Ancapistan there's no police force, just a private bodyguard that I have to pay for, right? What does he charge?
No, you don't have to.
Is it
you don't
reasonable?
Have to pay anything.
Can I
I'm
pay a
saying
minimum
that
wage?
It's voluntarily. You don't need
Huh?
any protection if you didn't want to.
No, I do want it. In the
Yeah.
form of police
So
that we
then
pay
you
for
use
through
your money.
taxation. Why don't you?
Yeah, then you use your
What's
money
the
to get it.
Why do you not want police officers? Listen, there's a lot of police reform that needs to be done. I agree, but I don't. I still believe that there needs to be some kind of enforcement agency to lock up people who
I
are a
agree.
danger to society. Right?
Let me
Right?
tell you. Let me ask you, right? Do you think
Do you agree
monopolies
with
are
that
good?
or not? We need some kind of agency to lock up violent people. Right?
The difference is, I think that there
Ju-
should be
just-
agencies.
Why
I
can't
think
you
there should
answer
be
the question?
multiple. I just did.
Okay, maybe I'm a little slow. Say it again.
I think that there should be multiple of these agencies, right? I think that every single.
Multiple. Okay, so I have
Yeah,
a
there should
choice
be
of who I
multiple.
can pay for, right?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Okay,
no
great.
monopoly.
So what if I can't afford any of them? What if I get the
So-
Walmart guy and then Target guy kills him? Huh?
What?
What do I do
Okay.
then?
Yeah, but right now, right? With the
Oh,
police
good. My
force,
Walmart
you are currently
bodyguard.
paying
Thank
for
you.
police,
My
right?
discount fucking bodyguard against the
You're
against
paying. You're paying for the police
high
right
end.
now, aren't you?
Huh?
Do you pay taxes?
Yes. Do you? I assume so.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you
So-
like the government? Do you? Okay. Do you take advantage of any of the government facilities?
No, it's morally evil to do so.
You do. Do you drive?
No, I'm not old enough to drive.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. Oh, you're not old enough to drive in Europe?
No. You have to be
Okay.
18, sadly.
Why are you an ANCAP at 17? Is this a phase?
No, I mean, even if it was, that
I
doesn't
think
matter,
it is.
right?
Listen,
Yeah,
people at
you're kind of
17
pivoting now.
people at 17 do not do this philosophical drivel, okay? That's not normal. Are you doing your homework?
Mm. Yes, I am, yeah.
Good. It's all done?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, it's Saturday.
I know, but it's better to get it done on Saturday than Sunday. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I've done it already.
You been up in sports?
I don't dribble in sports, no.
You don't do sports? Why not? Sports are good for
Yeah, I know, but I go to the gym instead.
Oh, okay. I mean, that is a sport, so...
Yeah, I mean, I get that case, yeah, I guess. I do the
Okay.
sports.
Okay, all this is to say, I don't think that you are... I don't think that you're prepared for this conversation. I don't mean to sound like a dick, but I just this seems simple to me. You're telling me that you want bodyguards instead of the police, dude.
No, I
That's
want
insane.
you to. No, I want you to have the ability to choose where your money goes to have your own protection, right?
I do by living here.
Yeah,
If I didn't want to pay taxes here, I'd go somewhere else and pay taxes there for their public services, which I need. Everybody needs public services. Everybody.
I
So
don't think
you're
that's
paying
true.
for it. Are you or are you not paying for the basic necessities in your life one way or another, right? One way or
Don't
another, you
think-
gotta pay
I
for
don't
the
know what
food.
that's supposed to mean.
Somehow you must put forth money or work or something to acquire food, shelter, all of the necessities, right? A police force.
Yeah.
Like,
So why can't that be the police as well? Like you are not paying for the police. The government is taking your money and then paying for the police.
yes, that's the service they're providing you because you live on their land. That's their land.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. I have
The
no
United
problem
States-
if you
okay.
consent. Yeah,
But
if you consent
no.
to taxes, I have no
Listen to
problem
me.
with that, right?
Listen, this is how society works, okay? Just hold on. Are you keeping up in social studies, man? What's your grade in social studies right now? Be honest.
That doesn't matter. No.
Oh, you don't?
The-
Okay, I'll leave it
that doesn't
alone.
matter.
Sorry. I'll leave it alone. Okay, so here's a social studies lesson, okay? The way a society works is we all get together and agree upon how things work. All right? And we all pay a little bit towards the greater good to make it easier on all of us. Okay? That's how society works. We must live together, be a network that builds toward a better future for everybody. Like, what's the problem? What's the disconnect?
That's not a problem, but the problem comes in when someone doesn't consent to that system, right? If I say that I
Then
don't
leave.
want my
Go
taxes,
live on an island then. This is not your land. Go live on an unclaimed island. There, you can buy one.
how is it
Go
not
buy one.
my land though? Why do you have rights to my
okay,
land?
go to Google right now. You can buy a $500,000 island on the continent of on the northern part of the North America. You can just buy one. There's nothing there. It is all yours. Virgin land. Go do that.
Yeah, you could do that once upon a time too in
Yes,
America,
so
right?
leave. Leave. No, you can now. Go. Go.
Yeah, but the people who did it in the past, right? Who homesteaded property in
What?
the wild west of Americas, right? What
Okay,
happened to
so
them?
okay, why don't you do it now then? Go.
Because I might as well. I mean, what happened to the homesteading? The people who moved to what is it, Western America, right?
What?
The Wild West people. The Wild West people. You know, the people
What
who
about
moved
them?
away from the U.S. government. Well, do they live under the U.S. government right now?
They're dead. What?
Yeah, okay, but their ancestors, right? The people who inherited.
What are
their
you
land.
talking about? I asked you a very simple question.
Yeah, but if I move to this island right now, right? Let's say I do that.
Just
I move
go.
to that island.
You
Yeah,
don't like
but
paying
what
taxes
stops-
here. Go to the
what
island.
stops
Go.
the government? Yeah, what stops the government from just,
What's the-
forcing me to pay taxes
You
anyway?
can literally
You're-
homestead in America today.
Hold on.
Save up for land in Bumfuck, Texas and homestead there.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, thank you very much for another 100 biddies. Appreciate you. What's the problem? Go live on that island. You don't like paying taxes in the United States, right? Go. What's holding you up?
Yeah, but if I do that,
Get some friends.
right,
Do you have
could-
okay? Do you have ANCAP friends?
Yes, I do.
Okay, grab your ANCAP friends. Go put your resources together. You can do it. Pull up your bootstraps. Okay, get the money together. Get the private island and fuck off. Okay,
Yeah.
fuck off
Yeah,
out of society.
Let's say I do that.
You can
Let's
just
say I
do that. Yes.
What's stopping the government from just doing what they did to the people in the past, right? They just, force them to pay taxes anyway.
By how? How would they do that?
The same way they did in the past. Just,
How?
conquer the
How?
territory.
There are rules, right? I thought there were rules.
Yeah.
Like I thought people followed the rules in ANCAP. Are there any rules in Ancapistan?
Yeah, it's called the NAP, non-aggression principle.
Okay. So you have the non-aggression principle. So they should be following it. Why aren't they?
Because the government is evil.
Because they can do what they want, because Ancapistan only means that whoever has the biggest gun wins and writes the rules. In this case, that's the United fucking States of America. Okay? If they want to annex you, they fucking will, because they have a bigger
Wait, so
gun. All right?
Do you genuinely believe that the person with the bigger gun can do anything and not be wrong?
Yes. Yes. No, not nothing wrong. Just anything they want. That's
Yeah,
how
I agree, right?
How would it
If I
work
can
any
force
different in your
you-
system?
Yeah, if I can force you to do something, right, I
Okay.
can do it, but is that morally just or not?
Okay. Let's do this. I want to make sure we get to other people, but how long's it been? Hold on. Sorry.
7 minutes?
How long?
Yeah, 7 minutes, I think.
7? Oh, okay, that's not too long. Okay. So, let's do this. Just paint a picture of your, like, ideal government system. Can you do that?
No government.
No government.
Yeah.
Okay. I wake up. There's no government. Paint a picture of what my life looks like.
Way better, because you don't need to pay tax. I don't know what the tax rate in the USA is, but
Okay,
25%.
what does my what does my day look like? Go on.
You
Like an
go to
average
your
day.
as any average day, right? It's normal day, but everything is free. You're able to do anything as long as it
Everything
doesn't
is free.
contradict.
I go to Kroger.
No,
I get
not
food
not
for free.
free. No,
What?
no, not free.
You just
in that
said everything's
sense.
free.
You have the freedom. You have the freedom to do whatever you want, as long
Okay, so
as you don't force, unless you apply force on someone else.
Okay, I can do whatever I want unless I apply force to someone else.
Yeah,
Right?
like if I try to
Okay,
hit
so
you, right? I am
so
violating.
so here's
your
what I
IP.
do. Here's what I do. Let's test that. I apply force to somebody else. Now what?
Their rights protection agency would.
Rights Protection Agency. Where
yeah.
does this come from? This is new.
It's. I mean, think about it, right? You have
Okay.
money. You want to use this money to have someone protect you, right? Because you
Oh,
don't
so
have
I
protections,
already
but you
am. So I already am just magically paying for this subscription plan, right?
No, no.
I have the
obviously you
money.
Started.
Huh?
Yeah, assumably, yeah.
So we already. So I presumably already have just been. I appeared with money. Poof. Where'd I get
Are
the money?
you are you homeless? Like what?
Sure. Let's
Are
say
you
I am.
you? Are
Let's
you
say
the
I am.
person?
Let's say I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you don't want to work, you exist. You don't.
Don't
you
want
sit
to.
there.
I
Yeah,
can't
you
find
don't
a
want
job.
to work. Yeah.
I can't find a job. That's why I'm homeless. I can't get a home. What do you think I did this for fun?
No, if you can't get a job, you just sit there. No one wants to give you any money, which charity exists,
Yeah,
right?
it
If no
sucks.
one does,
I'm homeless.
If everyone hates you, everyone hates you.
I
no
don't
one
know
wants to
why
give
they
you
hate me. I
charity.
just.
It just
I,
is.
I don't know. I'm homeless.
Okay, well, in
I
that
don't know
case,
what I'm
right?
doing wrong.
In that case,
I
you
did
sadly-
everything right, and I'm homeless.
Yeah, in that case, everything right. Well,
Yes, I worked a 9 to 5 in an honest job after getting my college degree in something completely unrelated, and I got fucked. Okay, I got laid off because Trump is fucking us. Okay, so I got laid off
agree.
for
Yeah,
no
Trump
reason.
Trump is really bad. I hate
Okay,
Trump.
so
He's a
so
government
so yes,
agent.
I am homeless, and it's not my fault. How
Okay,
the
but
fuck
then
am I
you-
going
you-
to afford a protection
Yeah,
agency?
but this-
What are you
this,
talking about?
like,
I can't even
This
afford a
setup
home.
you have done includes
can't even
the
afford a
government
home.
now.
What are you talking about?
You would. Okay.
Huh?
Do you think monopolies are good?
Where did this question spawn from? What?
Do you think monopolies are good?
Where are you going with this? What's your end game?
Everything would be cheaper if we didn't have monopolies. Do you think
I
monopolies?
never
are good or
said anything about that. Where did that
bad?
come
No,
from?
that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. Do you
Okay,
think
I guess we're
monopolies are
talking
good or
about
bad?
monopolies now. No, I don't like monopolies.
Right.
No.
So why should the government have monopolies?
It's a monopoly of the democracy, of the people. That's the monopoly. I think that the
But
monopoly...
monopolies
if
are
they're-
bad.
Okay, we're talking about collective ownership. Somebody has to own the shit, right? Somebody does. If nobody does, somebody's going to claim it. And so if the group
Yeah,
claims
but-
it, if we just say it's everybody's and we democratically vote on what to do with it, that's how it should work. Right?
Yeah, but group
Okay,
ownership.
that's
right?
called
We
a-
can talk about group ownership. I don't believe in group ownership. It's not real.
What are you talking about? We collectively own the libraries right now. It is real.
You don't. Someone owns that library. Not everyone.
If you want a change made to public libraries, you can go to your city council meeting and suggest it. And then it might be voted on if somebody likes your idea. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Have you been keeping up in social studies?
Yeah, but let's say we collectively.
I don't
right?
know.
Doesn't matter
You
how,
seem pretty hesitant to share your grade, young man. I'm just saying.
because it doesn't matter to the discussion right
okay,
now.
I
Let's
think
say
it does.
collectively, right? Let's say collectively, we two, right? We two, out of nowhere, we just come to collectively own a stick in nature,
What?
right? We just collectively own a stick. Yeah, like
Okay.
theory, right? Can we collectively own this stick?
Can we collectively own the stake?
The stick, like wood
stick?
Stick.
The stick.
Yeah.
The,
As
the
a
stick. We can take turns with it, sure. Yeah. You can like
Yeah,
sign
but
out
can we
the
collectively
stick.
own it? Can
Yes.
we collectively own it at the same time?
Yes.
We can.
You can. You can leave it in a spot that's neutral, or agree that somebody's house is where you keep the stick, and then you have a schedule and you rotate. Collective ownership is everywhere. Think about like shared custody. What are you talking about?
You can't own a human. That wouldn't apply.
You know the concept I was referring to. Don't bullshit me.
Yeah, sure.
Come on.
Yeah, but let's say taking turns, right? How wouldn't that just be me? Yeah, when it's my turn, I own the stick, and then I transfer
Because
ownership
you all
to you.
own it, and you have it. Okay, if you want to own the stick by yourself, then fight them for it, or do something else. Find an agreement because you want to own the stick. Put up a case for it.
Yeah, but
Sue
then
them.
so
What do
does
you
cooperative
mean?
ownership exist or not?
Yes, dude. You are. This is your hypothetical. Okay, you asked if you can collectively own a stick, and I said yes. A group can own a stick and just share it. Have you heard of sharing?
Okay.
Are you
Yeah,
17
but
years
let's
old and
say-
you haven't passed kindergarten? Is that why you won't share your social studies grade? Because you haven't even started it?
Funny ad hominem, but sure. So let's say I own a stick, you own
Uh-huh.
the same stick, we both own it at the same time. But I want to let's say I want to stoke my fire with the stick, but you don't want the stick to be used that way.
Okay.
Who then wins in this conflict?
We have to duke it out. We have to reason it out. Who all owns the stick? Is it me? And so it's just me and you, right?
Yeah, we both
Okay.
own a stick.
Okay,
I want to
we
use
both-
it to stoke my fire, you don't. Who then wins the conflict?
Well, so it's just you and me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you want to do this? The stick is sitting in front of us, right? And we're trying to decide what to do with it. You want to burn the stick. Why? For what reason?
I feel like it.
I don't think that's a very good reason. What if I need the stick for something?
Yeah, well, again, I don't want you to use the stick in your way, I want to use the stick in my way.
But you haven't explained a good argument as to why you want to use the stick that way. I don't think you should. Please don't.
You don't think I should?
No, I don't.
Yeah, but then how do we resolve this conflict? And
I don't
one
know.
of us is
I
willing to
just told
compromise.
you I would prefer that you didn't. We own the stick together, right? We have collective ownership.
Yeah.
I don't think that you have put up a good argument as to why we should burn the stick. Please don't. I use that stick for other
So-
things.
So
Please
then
don't burn
do I not get to burn it? Or
No, please don't. It's not a matter
Yeah,
of
are
get
you
to.
asking me?
I'm just.
Are you asking me not to?
You're telling me that you're burning the stick for no reason. I used that stick. Why would you burn
Yeah,
it?
so should I not? Is it
No, you
unjust? Would it
shouldn't.
be
You haven't
unjust
given
for
me a
to
good
do it?
reason as to why you should burn it. What's the disconnect, man? Why should you burn the stick? You haven't given me a good reason to burn it. I used that stick. Please
Right.
don't burn
okay,
it.
so then do you win the conflict then, right? You're right.
I don't
that we
know.
shouldn't
Do you
the
burn
stick.
it or not? Have I convinced you not to?
It's not about convincing. If we cannot, like,
Okay,
I'm not willing
then
to
I
compromise.
then I can't convince you, and you burn it anyway, right?
Yeah, but then
Okay,
so then I
fine.
won the conflict.
Fuck you then. I thought it was ours. I don't know what to do
Yeah.
now. I guess I'll just go get a new one. You didn't
Yeah,
really
but in that
have
case,
to.
I
like,
own the stick.
That's
'cause I got to use the
antisocial,
stick in my way.
dude. That you're describing me owning a stick with an antisocial moron who can't understand, who has no control over his actions. That's the hypothetical that you just built. Do you understand that?
No, I have full control of my actions. I decided to burn the stick.
Okay,
'cause I
then you're
wanted
just
to.
a psycho. You don't care what I think.
Yes,
okay?
but the question is whether or not it is just to burn my stick or not. Or to burn our sticks.
I just wish you wouldn't. In this hypothetical, all I'm saying is I wish you wouldn't have done it. Do you care about my feelings in this scenario? Do you care?
No, it's whether or not it was just for me to do it.
Then I just won't own a stick with you again. Fuck you. If you're just gonna burn my sticks, why would I go into a collective ownership with you?
But
if
the
you're
thing,
gonna burn
if
it, like,
I am able to do it without a problem, then I own the stick because I got to use it in my way, and you didn't because you didn't get to use it in your way.
Yeah, you took it by force. As you do
but then there was never collective ownership.
That's in
But then there was never
Kapistan. You do
collective
things by
ownership, was
force.
there?
You do
Yeah, but
things
then
by
there
force.
wasn't
You
collective
burned that
ownership.
stick by force. You took it from me by force and you burned it.
No, I didn't.
That's what you did.
I didn't.
Yes,
take it by
you
force.
did.
No, because
Yeah,
you presupposed that we owned it.
Okay.
We owned it together.
Okay.
Right? You believe in
Okay.
collective ownership.
We're almost there. Just come on. We're almost there. I told you I did not want you to burn the stick that we both own, correct?
Yeah, but I still want to
Okay,
burn
so
it.
then you took
How
it
do we solve
and
the
burned it
conflict?
anyway. Against my will, right? You took our property.
No, that's
my
not necessarily.
half.
The question is, how do we solve the conflict?
Through court! The government court! That's how! Which doesn't exist in Kapistan, does it?
No, because we have objective
Oh
law.
my
We're
God.
the NAP. Okay, but let's take the court, right? How do the court decide who gets to use the stick?
The Kapistan court?
No, your court, like the government court.
How does the government decide? They look at both sides. In a just society, they would have seen that you burned the stick that we owned for no fucking reason other than you felt like it, and then force you to pay me back my half that I paid for the stick. Right?
Right, so
That's
I was
fair.
in the wrong. I was
Huh?
in the wrong, right?
Yes!
Yeah.
Hopefully.
But then in that case, I never owned the stick to begin with, did I? Because if it...
Dude, have you ever shared? Do you know what the concept of sharing? Do you know what that is? Do you know what it's like? It's nice. You should share sometimes, okay? Just try it. Give it a shot someday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you cannot
So
share
if you share
ownership.
something, look, man, how long's it been? Is it 24 minutes? Is that
19, I think.
Oh, because I was on here longer. That's right. Okay, so whatever it is, mine. Okay, so it's been almost 20 minutes. Let's wrap this up. We got other people waiting. What's your final point? Give me one final line. Drop one line. Convince me about Kapistan. Convince me it's a great place to live. Go on. I'm listening.
Okay. The definition of tax is that it is a mandatory payment by the government or taken from the people to the government. In that it is mandatory, it is then force. You are forcing me to pay taxes to the government. If I willingly did it, it wouldn't even be considered tax in the first place, right? So for your system to even begin to exist, you would need to force other people to pay money to you, which is morally evil, which you agreed upon right at the beginning. You agreed that you shouldn't use force, but you are forcing me to pay money to the government.
Beautiful. Is that all?
Oh yeah, one thing. What do you think about Kasane Teto?
What do I think about what?
Kasane Teto.
Is this a trick question?
No, it's a music character. It's a music artist.
Kasane Teto?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this person.
Ah, a shame. She does really good music.
Okay, I might look into her. I'm trying to listen to more music.
Indeed. Yeah, she's very good. I would highly recommend her.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, man. All right, keep your grades up, okay?
Thanks, man.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, goodbye.
All right. I think that went pretty well. I've been practicing my debate chops. What do you guys think? I know he was like 17, so, you know, tutorial, but it's fine. We respect the effort. All right, who's next? Who is, okay, hold on. All right, who is next? Who is here first? I'll try to limit the debates to 20 minutes or less. I know you guys have been very patient. Can you guys hear me? Okay, there we go. Someone's typing. I think the anger doesn't come off as righteous. I just don't care anymore. You guys have no idea. Can I explain something? I've spent so long and so many hours tediously trying to, like, manipulate my language in such a way that it will come off just right, you know, just right, and to get the own, get the epic own, you know what I mean? Just get that own. That's what we're looking for in a debate, right? The epic dunks, etc., right? No, I don't play the game anymore, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I logic my way through somebody's argument. I make them say what the fuck they mean. And if I don't agree, I will state that I don't, and I'll say why. And if it pisses me off, I'll make it known. And that is how I've chosen to operate, without regret. I'm not bullshit. I'm done with the bullshit. I'm done. This is dark woke now. You get more enjoyment watching flies fuck than debating midwits? I disagree. I find this fun. This is a fun activity for me. That's not the purpose of debate, though. I'm talking to people. Like, sorry. I'm not mad, but I'm just talking to people. You know what I mean? Like, a debate is just talking. You are putting your ideas out there. I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to chat. Give me 1 second. I'm almost done. You are putting your ideas out there and testing them against others. It's like Beyblades. You put your Beyblade out there, okay? That's what we're doing. This is a rhetorical Beyblade match. That's what debating is. If my ideas are better, then I'm keeping them. You know what I mean? Like, you haven't defeated me. You haven't, like, you haven't convinced me. You didn't knock my Beyblade. You haven't knocked my Beyblade down. Jesus. Okay. Enough of that. Let's pull in the next guest. Pick Helldiver? Okay, let's do it. Hello? Helldiver.
Sorry about that. The button was funky.
Oh, no worries.
Hello.
You're good. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. I apologize in advance if my signal becomes kind of crappy.
No worries,
I am
my friend.
multitasking.
We'll do our best
All
with what we got. If it becomes too much of a problem, I'll let you know.
All right, sounds good. Okay,
All right,
no,
what's
that
on
last
your
one was
mind?
pain to
Anything in
watch.
particular you'd like to discuss?
So, what's your preferred system of government?
I guess, like, socialism is what I've heard is good.
Oh boy. Oh boy, we're gonna have fun with this. Why socialism? Why do you think socialism's good?
I think collective ownership of the workplace and of most necessities is better than just, like, one greedy guy owning it. Don't you?
Okay. How do you enforce that?
Collectively, through democracy. It's the same way that we
So you're a
elect the
Democrat.
president. Huh?
So you're democratic socialist.
Sure.
Okay.
That's Oh shit.
I'm thinking of a good approach of attack. Okay, I think it's safe to say here that you could probably guess this, but I am not socialist. I'm also
Okay.
not the biggest fan of democracy, at least not just straight up democracy.
May I ask why ever you would not be? I like democracy a lot.
Because democracy becomes okay. It really depends on the form of democracy you employ. If you have a representative democracy, it just kind of goes in the direction of whoever can manipulate the masses.
Okay.
If you
Wait,
have a
hold
direct
on.
democracy, it just becomes mob.
Hold on. I told you that I would tell you if it's becoming a problem. It's becoming a teensy bit of a problem.
Okay, let me know. Does this sound better?
I think. Go ahead and try. Go ahead.
All right. So, is that my problems with democracy is if you have a representative democracy, it really just turns into whoever can manipulate the masses. And if you have a direct democracy, it just becomes mob rule. And this has a very bad problem in both cases of where actually important issues get negated by whatever sounds good at the time, whatever people think is the best idea. And especially in a direct democracy, the rights of the minority end up being just completely shat on.
I disagree. I think that a majority can come to a decision to protect the rights of minorities because we all are at risk of becoming one. And if we recognize that, then we can recognize the necessity of protecting minorities. You and I are both at risk of becoming a minority each and every single day. Do you understand that? I have been called Muslim on Twitter just because I have a drop of fucking melanin in the sunlight. I am literally at risk of being recognized as and becoming a minority. So I like minority protections because I like protection for myself.
Okay, but what happens if the majority decides they don't want to protect you?
Then that sucks. But what am I to do? Do you think that a smaller number of people would come to a better conclusion?
Well, I think that we already have a system that does a better job.
Do you think fewer minds are smarter than more?
I think that we have a system that already does the job better, which would be a constitutional republic.
That's a type of democracy.
No, it's a type of republic.
It's democratic, right? You vote, right? I imagine.
Just because you vote doesn't mean it's a democracy.
Whatever do you mean by that? Because voting, what are you voting for? What's the vote for? What are you talking about?
So in a system like what the U.S. has, a constitutional republic, when you are voting, you are not actually voting in favor of a representative or a
What are you voting
directly.
for?
I'm telling you.
What's the vote for, if not democracy?
I'm telling you what the vote's for in a constitutional republic.
Okay, go on.
So what you are doing is, okay, so you're familiar with the Electoral College, right?
Yes.
You are voting for basically an elector, a representative who will represent which not even the voters. Their job is to represent the state. Did you know that just because your state votes for, let's say, a right-leaning representative, they don't have to vote right?
Because whatever comes next, I don't care. I need to address what you just said, okay? How do we decide on that representative? How do they get chosen?
That is probably the only part of the constitutional republic that even looks lightly democratic.
Looks like them. What do you mean looks like it? If it looks like it, why is it not it? Convince me that it's not. It looks like it, doesn't it? I think it is.
Okay, so what are you voting for in a democracy?
The representative that votes for the president. That is a type of democracy.
So you're talking about in a representative democracy, right?
What do you think? Oh, define democracy. Go on.
Democracy is when the populace is allowed to vote directly on a policy or to vote directly for a representative.
No, too complicated. Democracy is rule of the majority, right? Majority rule.
Okay.
Right?
Cool. Awesome.
Okay. So we're almost there. At the point of choosing a representative to vote for the president, right? the way that representative is chosen is via majority rule, right?
And that representative does not have to vote in the same direction as the people he's representing.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
you're
does.
Dude,
that is a representative democracy. You're picking a representative who votes in favor of the majority.
Okay.
You don't have that in a constitutional republic.
Okay, let's imagine this. You and me and 8 other friends, we'll say an odd number, we'll say 11 other friends, are all having a pizza party. We can't decide what flavor pizza to get. Oh no. What flavors shall we get? We say, well, I think we should get pepperoni. My friend says we should get pineapple. Okay? And so pepperoni and pineapple are put up for a vote. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, the process through which we decide which pizza we get via majority rule, via votes, okay, that's called democracy. And that is how we choose representatives who then go on to vote for the president. Does that make sense?
That's not a representative democracy.
It doesn't have to be direct. It is a democracy. It is a type, right?
I didn't say direct. I said representative. Representative democracy
You're moving
is when
the
majority...
goalpost. No,
I'm not.
It's okay. Is it, yes or no? Is the United States a democracy?
No.
Then what is it?
It's a constitutional republic, which is not a democracy. There is one key thing that you are missing here. In a representative democracy, which is what you're arguing for, the representative has to vote in favor of the majority that elected them. That's not the case in a constitutional republic, like what the US has. Our representatives can vote against the majority. That's not democratic.
I don't know how else to explain this to you. Are you dense? What happened? What happened? What's the disconnect? Why do you not understand the concept of democracy? A child can understand this.
I understand it just fine.
No, you don't.
Understand what the US has isn't democracy.
Listen very carefully. What is democracy? Define it now. A few words.
Democracy
Short-term
is
answer.
Majority rule, like you said.
Majority rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how do we decide which representatives go on to vote for the president? How?
Well, we vote for elected representatives.
You vote, and then the majority decide, right?
Vote does not equal
Christ
democracy.
Almighty! What is your major malfunction, Private?
So tell me then, how in the world can, in 2016...
A 12-year-old can understand what I'm trying to say to you.
Explain this to me. Riddle me this, Batman. How is it that a president can lose the popular vote but win the electoral vote?
Because of the type of because in a indirect democracy such as the United States, that's possible. That's possible.
But we're not an indirect democracy.
Yes,
we are a constitutional republic.
Yeah, no,
we're not. Where in the Constitution does it call us a democratic system? I know where it talks about, at least in the Pledge of Allegiance, where it calls us for a republic.
Okay, clearly, you and I have different definitions of what a democracy is. That's fine, okay? What else would you like to discuss tonight, good sir? I think we've beaten this topic into the ground.
Well, let's go with the socialist part of it. So,
sure.
You think that
hit me with it.
So, you think that a basically pure collective ownership would be better than one person owning, the majority of stuff, right? Very obviously boiled down what you're trying to say.
Yes, I'm anti-monarchy. Okay. Yes.
I'm anti-monarchy too. But here's the thing: what is wrong with one person owning more than something else?
What is wrong with one person owning more than something else or someone else?
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Someone else.
I never said anything was wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily. I think that they should have earned it. I would have liked to think that they earned that.
That would be capitalism then.
No.
I agree. Somebody should earn it. But that's capitalism.
Yeah,
that is an
the person who worked
system.
for it. No. collective ownership of the workplace involves it's worker ownership. The workers own everything. Therefore, they keep the spoils of their labor. That's the society I'd like to live in. Is that so bad?
I would say yes for a lot of reasons.
Okay. What's your day job?
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. What's your day job?
I have 2 jobs. Which one?
Okay.
I have
give me
2
one.
jobs.
Give me
I
one.
We'll go with the car wash.
The car wash? Okay. You go to the car wash. How many hours a week?
About 20 a week.
20 a week. So you go 20 hours a week to wash cars for how much money, might I ask? You don't have to say. I know that's personal, but if you don't mind.
I got no problem with that.
Okay.
14 an hour.
Okay, 14 an hour. Car wash, 20 hours a week, 14 an hour. Got it. So, do you want to do that? Is that something you do by choice?
Yes.
Okay, why? Why do you choose to do that?
Well, for one, I needed a job, but 2, this is a job I actually enjoy doing
Okay, you needed a job. Why?
because I need money
Why do you need money?
so I can pay my bills.
Bills for what?
Rent and phone mostly, and internet.
Rent? Rent for a house, I assume, or an apartment of some kind?
Apartment right now.
Okay, so in order to have a roof over your head, you are forced to work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't get to keep, like, you're not washing your car. You're not washing your vast collection of cars. That's not labor you're doing for yourself. You are selling yourself, your labor, to somebody else. Specifically, you're the middleman between the owner of the car wash and the customer. You are the agent that the owner has hired. Right? You get a cut of the spoils that you have produced because your labor, you don't get to keep that. That belongs to the owner, right?
But by my choice, yes, I have chosen to give my labor to the owner.
Yes, because you chose to do that because you need money for a house and food, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, let me ask you something, okay? This is going to sound a little kooky, but I need you to bear with me. All right, man?
Okay.
Okay. You wake up stranded on an island. There is one other person with you. Unfortunately, it seems that person has already collected all of the coconuts that were on the island. Okay? There's no more food. He has all of it, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you wake up too late. Just happen to wake up too late. Got it? So, you approach this person. You say, hey, listen, there's no more coconuts on the island. I'm hungry. I need food. Please. He says, yes, my lovely batch of coconuts. You may have one if, and only if, you suck my dick. Now, the question is that ethical?
I mean, by my moral standards, no, but I'm also going to ask, is there a stick?
Okay, so selling your body for food, you don't, out of necessity of needing the food, you don't think it is ethical to hold that over somebody's head, right? For my own gain.
Specifically for sexual stuff, no, I don't.
Specifically for sexual stuff, what's the difference? What do you mean? So are you against sex work? Are you against sex work?
I'm against sex work.
Why? Why?
Because I am capitalist does not believe I think all work is moral.
But sex sells. If you're such a big capitalist, I'm more of a capitalist than you in that regard.
So do drugs.
Huh?
So do drugs. Drugs sell too. Big whoop.
Okay.
Just because somebody will buy it doesn't mean I'm going to support selling it.
I masturbate all the time and I'm fine. Okay? What's wrong? I'm not on heroin. It's not heroin.
So what would be wrong with it in my case is dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm coming at this from a Christian standpoint. It's not going to be a market standpoint.
Okay, I'm just telling you though. I'm atheist, so you can have your beliefs.
I get the figure. That's fine.
If you're
well, I'm telling you that because if you're trying to argue what you're asking, why would I have a problem with sex work? Well, it's a purely religious reason. It has nothing to do with the economy.
Okay, that's your belief. You can have that, but I believe sex work's fine, and I don't think that we should intermingle law with your religion, right? So sex work is fine to be legal, right? We agree on that at least.
I mean, if we're going at this purely from ignoring our moral standpoints, then yeah.
Okay, so you agree that
even with that though, in your scenario on the island, the simple fact that I wouldn't want to is there, so I ask, is there a stick on the island?
Is there a stick on the island?
Is there a stick on the island?
Sure.
I'm assuming
there's
there
a
is
stick.
because
Sure.
there's tree.
Sure, there's a stick on the island. Sure.
Cool.
Go on.
And the coconut trees have leaves, right?
Sure. Why not?
Cool. I'm gonna make a fishing pole. I'm gonna eat a fish instead.
Okay. What if there are none?
I'm in the I'm in the I'm
The
on,
whole
I'm
point.
in the island in the middle of the ocean.
Dude, you're missing the point of the hypothetical. You're doing
No,
that
I
on
understand
purpose.
the
Stop.
point of the
No,
hypothetical.
you don't.
Yeah, no, I see
you
the
don't.
point of the
Okay,
hypothetical.
let me
I'm
put it this
pointing
way
out
then.
that
You're
there's
on
other
the
options.
moon. You're stranded on the moon in a bunker with 50 cans of food that have been hoarded by the guy who woke up next to you first. There's nothing else. You're on the fucking moon. There's no fishing. There's no other coconuts. Nothing. Just the 50 fucking cans of food that the other guy found first. And he tells you you can have some if you suck him off. Do you do it or not?
So,
That's
I think
the
it's
that's
funny
the
that
question.
You got angry because I was actually making a legitimate capitalist argument. I
No,
don't need to work
you-
for that guy. I
You're
can
right,
go
you did.
make my own business. If I need money and I really don't want to work for somebody else, I can just start my own
Okay,
business.
I think we've reached a conclusion. Is there any final words you'd like to add before I drop you? I'd like to move on.
God bless Super Earth.
Okay, good night. Good lord. Good lord. This guy's being dishonest? Me? What exactly LGBTQ related stuff Alec said do you have a problem with Clippy posting? Listen, if you got an issue, just exclamation debate. This LARPy fuck, Lamau, was that fun? Me, LARPy? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I think Keto was next. Let me just make sure they're ready. Keto, are you ready? Not you, Al? Oh, okay. I think that was pretty good. That was productive, right? I think we learned something. Keto! Keto, if you don't respond in the next minute or so, I'm gonna go with James. Let's go. If you two would like to come up and debate, you know, if you got any spicy takes, if you disagree with me on anything, I'm taking it. We're taking those tonight. I'm barely playing the game. I'm sorry. Ugh, excuse me. Ugh, sorry. This is the good kind of brain damage? Yeah. I'm telling you, like, I've relapsed. Okay. For Keto, I feel I've been patient enough. I'm going with James. James, are you ready? Oh, wait, sorry. I'm not looking. I'm so sorry for Keto. I was looking at the wrong chat. I'm bringing you in. Hello, I apologize. You must have been yelling through your screen at me.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay, I was like, oh god, no, I'm here.
Let me turn down a bit. No, good job adding me, because that's why I clicked the right chat. Okay.
Oh, perfect. I was like,
Yeah, how are you doing?
okay, how are you? It seems like a pretty frustrating night.
I'm having fun. Yeah, I mean,
As
it's
long as you're having
frustrating,
fun, that's all
but,
that matters.
you know, sometimes you just need to be a little frustrated. It's good for the
No,
soul
for
to
sure.
clean out, you know?
And it's
So,
good
yeah.
to have like the ability to get in these debates and like let some steam off a little bit in an area where, you know, nothing's too
Yeah.
serious.
It's my Zen mode, you know?
Yeah, especially, yeah, at least for me, I want to talk about something a little less serious. I don't want to talk about politics because Jesus Christ, it's so fucking blackpilling. Sorry, can I cuss here or?
Yeah, as long as you don't say slurs, you're good.
Yeah, no, of course. I would say my thing is I think AI art is art, and we can get
Oh,
like
no.
into loose goose definitions there, and then I think it should be okay to train on kind of whatever. But if you want to go ahead and lay out your part first, we can go ahead and get into that.
Okay, what do you think art is?
I mean, it depends on how you technically you want to get, I guess. I would just go from like a philosophical perspective. Art is kind of whatever. I think that's kind of the point of like some other later like new pieces like that whole urinal thing or the buckets of sand is that like art is very without boundaries, I would say.
Okay, art is a form of communication. Okay? You are imbuing some artistic style with your soul, essentially. I know that's, out there language, but you understand my point, right?
I would disagree. I feel like the soul that we're gonna get into is this sort of like ephemeral thing. I feel like
No,
it
it's not,
becomes
it's the mind.
almost
It's
like
the mind. No, it's the mind. I just mean the mind.
yeah, but
okay?
have you heard of like Death of the Author?
Death of the author? Like in what context? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like a literary term. It essentially means like forget what the author intended for you to take from something. Like, do you know Ender's Game?
Yes.
Okay, so
It's been a
Orson
long
Scott Card
time,
was like
yes.
yeah, but Orson Scott Card was like a piece of shit, and the whole point of Ender's
heard.
Game was like, acceptance and stuff. And
I've
so
heard.
we would use Death of the Author in that case to say like, well, who cares what he said, what he did in life? It doesn't matter. It's about what you take from the story. The story itself has meaning as art, and what you take from it is
Sure.
more important than what like the author necessarily intended.
Sure. I think that shitty people can have beautiful parts of them. I try to see the best in everybody.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily where I'm going with that. What I'm going with that is that
But that's how
the
I see it, like-
intent or the
I don't
Sorry, go
think
ahead.
I don't think that Orson Scott Card writing Ender's Game was the bad part of Orson Scott Card. I think that was a beautiful
it's-
part of his soul. And I wish that he
Yeah.
wasn't such a dick so that more people could enjoy that part of him. And if people
Same,
like
I'm
his
not
book, that's
arguing on
fine.
that.
And I feel the same way about the Harry Potter books, by the way. Like, I don't like that people financially support J.K. Rowling. But fuck, man, like Harry Potter was one of the only series I remember reading growing up. Okay, I have
take
a
that away
connection
from you.
to
I
it.
don't.
And I didn't
I don't
develop
disagree.
a connection that makes me hate trans people or Jews. I can
Yeah,
look back
I
now.
agree.
Right, so I can look back now and recognize that she's a piece of shit who did put that imagery in there, but that's not the connection that I developed with it. So I still kind of like it. It's not a masterpiece,
but
obviously, but I think it's
You're-
fine
you're-
that... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, is it okay if I? No, you're okay. You're fired up. What I'm saying though is that it goes against that the soul imbuing argument is that what you took from the art was it was important what you took from the art, not what the artist imbued the art with, right? That's what made the art meaningful.
That's up to the interpreter. Like, I'm interested in what the artist was trying to say. Okay, that's what I think of when I look at art. I'm like, what is the artist trying to communicate to me with this? Okay, some people interpret it differently, and that's fine. It's up for interpretation. It's art.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, right? Is that like it's
Yeah.
The art
But
thing? I don't think is that
fundamentally-
meaningful of a thing because like
But
I think we get into like. Sorry, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry. Agree or disagree? Fundamentally, art is a form of communication. Yes or no?
I'm gonna go kind of 50-50 with that. I hope
Okay,
that's
why
okay. Or do you want me to do a yes or no?
Just tell me why you don't think it is. Like, how can it be 50-50? What do you mean?
Because
What else am I doing with art if not communicating?
I hope it's okay. Sorry if I'm dead stream. I'm just trying to think. I don't think it's necessarily about the communication in and of itself. I think a lot of people can do art just for themselves, right? Like you don't have to necessarily.
You can
have to
communicate
want or
to yourself.
communicate
Yes. You can communicate to yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
You are
and
communicating
so like
with yourself. Right?
I suppose I wouldn't necessarily call it.
Do you ever talk to
communication,
yourself?
Like when you. Yeah, but I wouldn't
Okay.
call that communication.
So then you
I would-
see that it's possible to talk to yourself, right? Like to communicate with yourself.
Yeah, but I
Okay,
wouldn't
so
call
art that you make for you is you communicating with yourself, correct?
I kind of disagree. Like, would you call
Why?
it
Why?
I guess you would probably.
Why? Why do you
I-
disagree? No, why do you disagree?
Well, I'm trying to outline that. Is that okay? Do you want to take a step back, or I don't want to frustrate
I
you. I
asked
thought this
you
was going to be
why-
a fun little.
Okay, go on.
I know. I'm trying to get there.
Okay, I
Um,
apologize.
I guess
I
I-
get a little heated
No,
sometimes.
you're okay.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, you're totally chill, bro. There's been a lot of politics talk. This country is very in a frustrating spot. I don't expect you to be. We're totally chilling. It's totally good, bro. Especially you're an artist. I imagine this argument is very personal to you, so it's totally chill.
little bit.
What's it called? I guess I don't think of it. The communication aspect is just not as important to me because I guess I get back to like the death of the author
Then-
thing,
okay.
where like,
Can I stop you? I'm sorry.
yeah, it's okay. All right, let's stop.
Then what is important to you about art?
I
would
guess
help.
the important part for art would be like what the viewer takes from it, not what is like intended to be communicated.
What
so
the
like,
viewer takes from it.
yeah,
So they're picking up a message, right? Like a signal.
well, imagine if like, let's say like a schizophrenic person were to like say they were speaking with God, right?
Okay.
Sorry, I know we're kind of going on a tangent, and
No,
you can stop me
please,
here if you
by all
want to stop me.
means, take me on this journey.
But what
with
I'm
you.
saying is like this person could be receiving like some sort of ghostly transmission from God, and we wouldn't necessarily know. We don't have an insight to that, right?
Sure.
So it could be communication, but I wouldn't call it communication because
That
from the
has
outside
not-
looking in, it doesn't.
No.
Go ahead.
What does that have to do with what I said?
Well, the point being,
is art.
the point
if
being
art,
is that
okay, what people take from art, right, is
Mm-hmm.
like signals being fired to their brain through their eyes, right, or their mouth
Yeah.
if it's food, right, or their mouth,
yeah,
or if it's some kind of like, I'm sure there are tactile arts as well, right, for like blind people. So like
I get what you're saying.
art, art is communication through the five senses. That's why we call chefs artists, we call musicians artists, we call painters artists. They're all artists because what are they doing? They're communicating an idea to us through a how do you describe it? A unique means of
through a medium.
rearranging the world in their image, right? Like
Yeah, just offering
it's
perspectives or
communication
something, I
and it's
guess.
beautiful. And I hate AI because it's a mutation of that beauty. Okay, it is fundamentally anti-human.
Can I disagree right here? Is it okay if I get a little?
You may, but what's your justification?
Well, my thing is like I don't know if you've ever heard like race realists and stuff argue against like art and stuff, but it's a similar sort of like thing where they try to say like, at least an argument I've heard is like, oh, a jazz is just a bastardization of the waltz. It's a mutation of it, and it's like, well, that's not really true.
Okay.
Jazz is like an evolution of something, right?
Okay, jazz was written by people, right? Not a
Yeah,
computer.
but I don't think that's what defines art.
Then what does?
Just
still don't
creation, and then
understand.
the idea that someone takes something from that.
I thought we
like,
agreed.
like
I thought we agreed it's communication. Did we not? I thought we got to that understanding.
don't believe I fully agreed with you. I said I kind of
Okay,
partially
then
agreed,
what
but I don't
is it?
think
Then what is it?
I would say art is just creation. Do we want to take a step back? I can move to a different argument if you want to move to the. Well, I'm just saying because I feel like the philosophy of art, like even if we go to communication, right? Like I still feel like AI can communicate something as long as we have like a human like in the process, even if there's not even a human in the process.
Only.
Like, go ahead.
I'm not trying to interrupt.
No,
But
no.
only-
This is your channel. Please do.
I'm trying to be respectful. Only living beings can communicate. Arguably, viruses are an exception. Arguably. But many scientists consider them living as well. They're made of organic material, so it's close enough. For all intents and purposes, only living things can communicate. Do you agree or disagree?
I guess I could agree, but then
Okay.
yeah, we get into like
What
the
is
idea
there
of living
anything?
things.
Okay, then let me ask you this:
Mhm.
Is there anything non-organic or not living that is trying to communicate something ever?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think to make my argument, I would have to get into a hypothetical. Go ahead.
Okay, but you understand my point, right? There's some kind of sentience there that makes it living. So not sentience
Yes.
per se, but you get it. Okay?
I would say all things
So-
that communicate right now are alive. Yeah.
Okay. So no, the AI does not communicate, right?
It would depend because I guess if I gave you like
No, it
if
wouldn't.
we had a
Is
hypothetical,
the AI alive? Is it live?
if well, I mean, what defines like is the virus
Is
alive?
it organic life as we know it?
It wouldn't be organic life as we know it. That's true.
Okay, then-
but
then-
like if we could
okay, then
imagine
what
like
is
a
it?
sufficiently,
Is it dead?
well,
Is it dead?
I was gonna the virus.
No,
I
no.
don't know, it's not dead.
No. Is the AI dead? Is it dead matter?
Well,
Doing
that's
a
what I'm
little
trying to get
dance that
to,
it was
like-
programmed to do. Okay? But dead matter nonetheless, right?
Well, I think for now, yes. But is
What do
it
you
okay
mean
if
for
I
now?
enter a hypothetical at all? Well, if
Okay, fine. For now,
Well,
fine.
sorry.
Fine, that works. So for now, it's dead
No.
matter, right?
yeah, is it okay,
Okay,
if I
so
try a
dead.
hypothetical?
So
real
then you
quick?
recognize, at least right now, that dead matter cannot communicate, right?
For now, yes.
Okay, then what's the disconnect? AI cannot communicate, right?
I don't think so. Like, so can I give you a
Okay.
hypothetical real quick?
Then AI, in my eyes, is not art.
I
It's not
I
communicating
guess.
anything. No, it's not. I guess.
disagree. Can you not
Do
see
you-
it?
why do you
Like,
disagree
is it
then?
not- Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. Is it okay if I
Okay.
feel like you're getting worked up again?
Yes, I am. I just don't know what's not clicking.
Well, we're just disagreeing. It's okay, man. Like, I'm trying to come at this in good faith. I understand where you're
But I
coming
don't know
from.
why
I
you
get
disagree.
it. Well, I'm trying to get to that.
Okay.
If you
Go
had to like, if you had to think like, what do I think right now? What do you think that I think?
What do I think that you think?
Yeah, like if you had to sum up my position. In
Whatever
like 10
you're telling
seconds.
me, I have no reason to think that you're lying about what you're thinking, so I can only go off of what you're saying. Why does it matter what I think you're thinking?
Well,
Why
because
are you
I
interested
feel like
in that
you,
information?
it's because I feel like you're not hearing me. Really, I feel like you're getting very upset
What
about
okay.
the fact that I don't.
Okay, what did I not hear?
Okay, so if we can imagine, right, like a sufficiently complex computer, would it be if it could, like, let's say, it could talk with you and it was hard to predict, it passed whatever Turing test or something. Can you imagine something like that?
Is the point of the hypothetical that this is an AI robot like an R2D2 that can like experience things? Is that the point?
Yeah, like you ever seen Ex
Okay.
Machina?
Yeah, it's just a fully like inorganic robot that nonetheless has sentience, like sapience, right?
Sentience, sapience, free will,
Yeah.
something ephemeral
It's-
that makes it.
An inorganic human, right? For all intents
Yeah.
and purposes. Okay, got it. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that will ever be possible, and even if it were, I don't
Me
know if I
neither.
could believe it. I don't know. We haven't reached that point yet, and we haven't gotten to that discussion yet, so I just don't think about it. But I don't care that
I agree,
much. But
that's-
for right now, as you said, it's not alive.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I'm interested in talking about. Does that make sense?
That's yeah, I get that, and I already
Okay.
said like I agree with you for what it seems like your position. If you think that only thing important is communication, and you think that robots can't communicate, I don't think I'm ever going to convince you
But
on that
that's
front.
what.
I think
Go on. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
no, it's okay. It's okay, bro. We're chilling. I appreciate it though. If in your strict view, or sorry, I'm adding like additives. That's probably very
You're
frustrating.
fine.
Um,
You're fine.
if in your view, communication is just not able to be done by these things, then I don't think I'm going to convince you. My thing is just like, if we do imagine such a time as like, we do have to confront the tough questions of like these things having a sufficiently complex web of interactions such that we can't tell if it's living or not, right? I think that's kind of true of like when you even talk about viruses, like that's true on that front too. That's why we have that's why we have such difficulty being like, well, that's living too, because it's like it has these weird little complex interactions. It's not really like living in the way we would define
Okay.
like a conscious person.
Okay. Are we living in that time now?
No, I already agreed with that,
Okay.
and I agreed with you on the other
Okay.
things.
So then you agree that AI is not communicating, right? It's not. There's nothing there. It's dead matter, right? For right now.
I-
Maybe one day it won't be, but for right now, it's dead matter, right?
For right now, if an AI were to make anything on its own, that's what it would be.
Yes.
But right now, people
Yes.
have to use prompts, so it's a person
Yes.
and an AI working together, correct? Technically, right?
It's an algorithm. It throws your words into an algorithm, and then it blends up a bunch of sources into a delicious, yummy soup, a sludge, if you will, slop perhaps, and then it spits it out in whatever order it thinks you want. It tries to predict the image that you have in your brain and makes it for you. It
And then
does
I can
all the work.
editorialize, right? It doesn't do a direct.
Okay, then
production from
answer me
there.
this. Why is
Okay.
it that when we put in exactly the same prompt, we get a different piece of slop? Why is the slop shaped differently? We put in the same exact thing in the same exact place. Why
If
is
I
it
ask an
different?
artist to draw the same thing like 2 years apart, does it have to be the exact
If you
same?
tell them to draw the lines at exactly the same length in exactly the same places, it will look exactly the same, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't have
Okay,
anything to do
then
with the
then
production
what's
of art, though.
the difference with AI art? Why is it that when
The
we
difference
do
with AI art is that it's a collaborative medium. You work with the AI to produce something in your mind.
but I can put in the same prompt and spit out 10 different images, right?
I don't understand
They could
what
all look
that
different.
argument is forwarding.
It's not equal exchange. You're not putting in real work. It's doing the work for you. It is
So
taking
art isn't
what
art
you,
if there's not enough work in
You're
it?
not listening. If I tell you to crochet 10 lines, and you crochet 10 lines with the same exact yarn and the same hook size that I use, it's going to look, and use the same tension and everything, it's going to look exactly the same, right? It would look the same. Okay. So why does it not do that with AI art? Why not?
I don't know. It just doesn't. I
Okay,
guess.
let's
I don't
think
know.
about
I really
that
don't have an
then.
answer.
Let's think about that then. Okay, I'm no expert on how the AI algorithm works, but what I do know is that logically speaking, if two different people do exactly the same thing, they should get exactly the same outcome. Okay?
Well, that's not
If you
really
and I put
necessarily
in
true, right?
exactly the same words, okay, exactly the same words into the slop generator, the slop should come out in the same freaking pattern, and it doesn't because it's injecting
be
its
more
own
slop
shit
if
into
it
it.
only did-
Okay? It's
wouldn't it be-
doing things for you. And that's why
But
I
wouldn't
hate
it be
it.
more slop if we did the exact same thing and had the exact same trash come out? Isn't it kind of surprising that it can
No!
have a unique take on two of the same?
No! It's a recipe. That's the
How is it a
goal.
recipe if it doesn't produce the same thing every time? That's not a recipe.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What
are you
recipe
talking about?
produces
It's a
two
blueprint.
entirely different
A blueprint,
results?
then. A blueprint, if you will. Better? A blueprint. Right?
Sure.
Okay, a blueprint. It's a blueprint.
Okay.
So why
Well,
do
that's
you?
fine.
Why
As
does
long
the
as
same?
unique things come out of it, why does it matter?
The human that is putting in the words is not the one making the changes. It's the machine. The machine does
But
it
if I
for
have
you.
editorial control and
The-
I keep making it change over and over, that's a collaborative effort? That's why we have like
Le- okay,
producers and directors in the
let me ask
credits,
you
right?
something.
Because
Let
they
me- okay, let
also
me-
trim and stuff.
Okay, just walk me through this. Okay,
Yeah, for
your
sure, I'm here.
just to clarify, your position is that AI art is fine, right? Or like, sorry, it's art. AI art is art.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
depending on like, I don't think I don't think you have to like it. I get what people mean when they say like, I think it's slop or it's trash. I think you can think it's trashy art or whatever, but I think it like, if we're going like a broad philosophical argument, it kind of is just art.
Okay, I agree that it's art. Or sorry, I don't agree that. Don't clip that. I don't agree that it's art. No,
I'm not clipping you. I don't have
misspoke.
a channel. We're chill.
no, don't clip that. No, I don't agree that it's art. I don't agree, and
That's fine.
we can walk through why. Okay, we can walk through why.
I think we can walk through why. I think we do just have a philosophical disagreement here, and I don't want to like frustrate you to the ends of the earth.
Your logic doesn't pan out. I don't buy it. I don't buy
Okay,
it.
well,
You
then let's
haven't
keep going.
convinced me. So this isn't just a simple disagreement. You're wrong. You are wrong.
I disagree with that, but okay.
Then
if you want, we
prove
can go into
it.
the legal.
Then prove it.
Okay.
Prove Unless you don't want to. We didn't
No, I
stop.
have no problem. I just wanted to, check the temperature, make sure we're not, anything.
I'm
Anyways,
fine.
okay. But yeah, as far as like if we look at, who Jackson Pollock is?
No.
So Jackson Pollock is he's a famous painter. He did like the paint splatter paintings. I don't know if you want to like or I'll look it up. You know what? Let me do that.
Sure.
I forget what type of artist he was. I want to say impressionist, but abstract expressionist. So he was widely noticed for his drip technique. You ever seen like those TikTok videos where people poke holes in paint cans and let them spin
Yeah,
around over a canvas?
Yeah, I'm not that impressed by that. It seems lazy. I mean, it's still art.
Yeah,
I
you don't
guess,
have to be
it's just-
impressed. Yeah.
See, but here's the
Sure.
difference. That is actually shit art. I still respect it as art. It doesn't impress me. That's all.
That's fine. You don't even have to respect it, but it's still art, and it's the same thing that I would say
I
of like
respect it
AI
as art.
stuff,
No,
where
I respect it as art. It's just shit.
That's fair.
I don't like it.
that's totally
lazy.
fine. But under both classifications, I would say like they're still art. Like there's not really.
I disagree. I disagree.
That's okay, but I would say
No,
there's
no.
no like intention when
know
someone
what?
sets those paint cans to swing
hold
over
on.
a canvas.
Hold on. You know what? That's a great example. Let's take that example. You have
Mhm.
two artists using these paint buckets to drizzle over their canvas, right? They let it swing like a pendulum, right?
Mhm.
Okay, they're in the same room. Wind speed is 0. Okay, all things are equal between the two parties. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, you're gonna say, do they produce the same thing under exact same temperature or exact same conditions, ideal conditions?
Will it look the same?
I imagine so.
Okay, so then why does that not happen with AI art? Why is it that when we put in the same prompts, it's the same conditions? What's different?
Uh-huh.
What did you and I do different? What did we do differently?
I don't think anything, but I don't. I don't
Okay,
understand
then
this
why
argument
does it look
further.
different? Then why does it look different?
Why
Do you
does it have to look the
understand?
same?
Because we did the same thing with the same exact conditions, right?
Yeah.
So then what changed it? What mechanism changed
AI
it?
thing itself.
Yes.
Are you saying the AI thing is
Yes,
thinking,
you got it.
or what?
No, it's not thinking. It is mutating. It is throwing your work into a slop shit fest and spitting out what it
Wait,
thinks you
okay.
want. Okay?
Do you know The Witcher?
I know that I'm getting worked up, but as you said, okay, I am very passionate about art and I am not hiding my feelings about it anymore. I hate AI
fine.
art with a passion because it's soulless slop. Okay.
Okay, I still
I'm done
disagree,
with my
but
rant.
Are you
Go on.
familiar? Are you familiar with The Witcher at all?
Sort of. I mean, I started playing it, but I didn't ever like get that into it.
That's fine. It started off as a book series. Did you know that?
No, I didn't actually. I thought it was.
Yeah.
It's a video game and it's a series, right?
Yeah, the guy was a Polish writer. He wrote it originally, and then eventually, I forget what game studio, but one of them picked it up. They had the first one, the second one, they were kind of whatever. They got a cult following, and then the third one was huge, obviously, with CD Projekt Red. That's more or less the thing of it. But
Okay.
do you think that when they adapted it between mediums, that it was like destroyed or mangled by the person who adapted it?
No, a person adapted it.
Yeah, not necessarily. Well,
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
think it matters if a person.
Yes.
I don't
Necessarily.
think
Okay. If not a person, then who? Please.
No, I understand
Who
a
adapted
person
it?
is
Or what?
who
What
did-
adapted it?
adapted that. What I'm saying is, I don't think it matters if it's a person who necessarily adapts something or not. If something is
Why?
adapted,
Why ever not? Do you like the idea of things that are made by people you actually care about, or is the AI your friend?
I
Is the
could
AI
think I
your
can
friend?
like. No, I'm not saying that.
You can
I'm
admit
saying I
it
think
here
I
if
can.
you are. It's a safe space. Well, no, it's not. It's public. Maybe don't. But
it's public, and you're pretty anti-AI.
listen.
But I appreciate the effort on that.
No, my point is, the AI is not a person you can talk to. I don't care what it has
I'm not
to
saying
say.
it's a person you can talk to.
You kind of are, because you're saying that it's trying to communicate with us. No, it's not.
I'm not saying that it's trying to
Yes,
communicate. You're the person
okay.
who said that communication
You
is
said the
necessary to
AI.
art.
You said the AI changes the art, right? That's why when we put in the same prompts, it comes out different, right? The AI does it.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, so then you're saying that the AI is trying to communicate with us, right?
No.
Why not? You said it's art.
Because
I think art is communication. I think I made a great case for
I
that,
guess-
don't you?
there's necessarily information being communicated because you're seeing something, right? Like that's how you said, like things are communicated with a chef via your taste buds or with
Yes.
tactile arts like crochet. So as long as
Yes.
there's sensory information being communicated, it would necessarily be communicating, right?
The point is of art is that you put things, just general things, it can be even concepts, okay, in a specific order to produce a specific outcome. A master of the craft can make exactly what's in his mind every time, almost, with very few mistakes. For all intents and purposes, when he does the same thing over and over, he produces the same piece of work, right?
Yeah, okay,
Right?
sure.
Okay, so why is it then that that is not the case for AI art?
I don't know. Why is that not the case for a child?
Because, I'll answer, because it's not art.
I disagree. I don't think that your logic is sound. And then again, like I don't think just because a child can't do these things, does that mean a child can't do art either? Not only that, we get back to what you said about communication
okay.
as well. Like if
How-
if sensory information is being communicated, if you're taking in sensory information, right, that would be communicating, correct?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is there any way I can convince you that it's not art? Any way at all?
I
tell
think
me
there
what you
must
need to hear.
necessarily.
Tell me what you need to hear.
Let me think.
You know how you can convince me it's art? I'll tell you.
Sure, what's up?
Convince me the AI is alive. I'll concede it's art.
Something has to be alive to do art?
Correct. We've established that.
What about that?
We established
what
that
about
at the
that
beginning.
robot?
Yes.
What about that robot that cleans up all its own leaking oil?
Do you think that robot's alive?
I don't think it's alive, but I think
Okay,
I think the installation
okay
is
then,
art. The
okay.
installation is art, correct? It's in a museum. It is art, correct? It represents the futility of life and like a hard work, correct? There is a message being conveyed between this non-living
I
thing,
don't
correct?
know what I. Let me try again. Okay, just let me reset.
Sure.
What do you have to hear? What order of words need to come out of my mouth to make you believe that AI art is not real art? What do you need to see or hear or whatever?
You would have to convince me that the soul is somehow important to art or something, and I just don't think that it is. I don't think that you can point at the soullessness. Like, if I gave you two pieces of works and one was human and one was AI, and you couldn't tell me which one was which, would you agree with me?
Okay, what I'm hearing is, do you want me to answer that question or address your first point?
If you can answer the question, I think the question is more important.
Okay, ask
Thank
it
you,
again.
though.
I'm sorry. I was more focused on your first point. Ask the question again. Go on.
You're good. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Basically, if I gave you two pieces of art and I told you you have to tell me which one of these was done by a human, and you couldn't choose, you couldn't tell which one was which, or you consistently got it wrong, would you agree with
Okay.
me?
No.
Okay.
No, why would I? One was made by a
Because
person.
then you can
One was made
then
by
you
a
would prove that
person.
soullessness is not something you can detect.
No. One was made by a person. The other was generated by an algorithm, right?
Okay.
Even if they look exactly the same, I can ask about the one that was made by a human why things are there. What was
It's not
going
about them
through
being
this
the same,
person's
though.
mind? What was this person trying to say? Have you ever actually been to an art museum? The whole point is
Yeah.
to see what this person was trying to tell us with this piece right here. What was
I
going
super
through their
disagree.
heads? It's
That's a
knowledge.
child's interpretation
It's-
of art, I think. I
it's-
think when you go to an art museum, you should be looking for what do you take from a painting, not like desperately looking for the history of this person to see like what does everybody else take from a painting.
Do you understand what communication is?
Yeah, I do. I don't think your
Okay.
definition of communication is very sound though.
When you, when you look at a painting, okay?
Mhm.
You're interpreting it, right? You're trying to get a message from it, right? Right?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to see
Okay,
if it speaks
that's
to
fair.
me on anything.
Huh?
Yeah, as I said, I'm just trying to see if it speaks to me in any way.
It speaks to you. Interesting choice of words, sir. Speaking to you sounds like communication now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's a metaphor.
Okay,
But yeah, I get what
so
you're going
art
for.
is communication, isn't it? It
If you
sure
had
is,
two
Alec.
pieces-
The next words out of your mouth,
Here,
I'm
wait,
Joseph
my thing would be
Joestar,
this,
baby.
right?
The
Would
next
be-
words out of your mouth are going to be, it sure is, Alec. Right?
Chill out. No. I would
No!
say, 'cause you wouldn't
Why
agree- you
ever
wouldn't
not,
agree either.
sir? I
'Cause
don't
if you found-
understand.
if I gave you a piece of art and I didn't tell you it was from a robot and you found meaning in it, you would never agree with me that that was art, no matter what.
I don't know what
'Cause
else
if I
to
showed
say.
you a piece of work
I
and
don't.
I gave you
Okay,
a story
okay.
with
You know
it,
what? It's
you would
okay.
agree that it had meaning.
It's okay.
But if I told you afterwards that it was made by a machine, you would disagree.
It's okay, man.
And I think that proves what I'm saying. Where it's
James
like,
has been waiting
art is
very
just something-
patiently. James has been waiting
Okay.
very patiently. We can agree to disagree, man. Okay, go pump.
I appreciate your
Go
time.
pump out slop. Go enjoy your slot machine. It's fine. It's fine. Waste
I don't
gallons
know
of
why
water.
you're
Go
so
on.
frustrated by me saying this. I thought we had a good conversation. Thank you for your time.
Oh, okay. Have a good night. Good night. Love you.
You too.
Oh goodness. Okay. Like, what's missing? Okay, is it me? Did I do something wrong? Be honest, chat. What did I say that was wrong? I'm not gonna lie, that was funny. It was kind of funny. I agree. The master debater is a master rage baiter? Are you referring to me? I don't think I was trying to rage bait. You made more sense? Believe it or not, I'm somehow more mad that you are out of that conversation. Gotti's part of America that has no literacy and thinks death of the artist is about taking what you want to see in the art rather than what it takes to make the art. You debated masterfully, thank you. Your first mistake was entertaining as debate topic. No, I think it's valid. No. You guys don't understand. AI art is everywhere now. We have to talk about it. We must talk about it. Okay, I think I put up a very convincing case for why I don't like it. Not even on a resource level, mind you. I could have easily gone that direction as well. It is a drain on society for no reason. We're pretending that machines can speak to us. Okay? We waste gallons of fucking water, ruin neighborhoods so that we can pretend robots are speaking to us. That's what AI is. And that's why I hate it. It is fundamentally anti-life. I feel like I've made a very convincing case here. If you still think that AI is at all beneficial to us, I would love to hear why. Okay? And I've heard the arguments about, oh, well, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, Alec. I know! In an ideal society where you don't have to make fucking ends meet, obviously if an AI slop generator is a difference between you starving to death, of course. Go pump out some slop so that you can put some food on your goddamn table. All right? I'm not a dick. Well, I am a dick, but like I still want you to eat. You know what I mean? Like if it's the difference between a meal on the table, then fine, whatever. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, fundamentally speaking, it is not useful at all. Not at all. I would like it abolished at some point. I think you got to focus on technique and choices when talking about what art. I don't know. All right, let's pull. Hold on. I'm gonna tell James real quick to bear with me for just a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Okay, we're gonna pull in James with a Z. We have a few other people because I forgot to tell Platinum Politics to make the announcement that I was live. So, James with a Z is a member of the community. I don't know what we disagree on. I'm going to try to keep it short because, frankly, I would rather talk to, like, actual ideological opponents, if that makes sense. But we'll pull James with a Z in. We'll see what's up. Hello.
Oh, nice. Is the audio working well? Let me
I
turn
believe
off
so.
stream real quick. All right, cool. Just making sure.
How you doing?
I actually just wanted to clarify a very quick point. You kind of made a mistake on your NCAP debate. You were
Okay.
kind of going on about how, like in the Coconut Island analogy, as a Boschite, he doesn't usually ask the question about ethics. He asks the question of if this is a voluntary interaction. And the reason this is made a distinction is because in any economic system, it
sure.
is, in any economic system, we'll get that level of coercion. We just want to minimize it.
Right, but my point is, it's involuntary, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
it's
that
just
would
the only-
be
yeah, we
so
usually
then
ask if
it would
it's
be unethical
voluntary.
then for the person to do it because it is involuntary, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That was
It's
my only
just,
point.
yeah, I just didn't want them to turn around and be like, well, you can do that in socialism too. Someone's got to clean the toilets, you know? So I like making very clear that the argument is voluntary versus ethical.
To which I would have responded, yeah, but who cleans your toilet? You know, like if you collectively own the
Fair
toilets, somebody's gonna suck it up and clean them. You know?
Yeah.
So that's what my response would have been.
100% on that.
Yeah.
Because I've had too many of those debates where they just throw that out. And plus,
Yeah.
Bosch, I know, gets pretty fucking mad about that shit too. Take it easy, man.
All right, you too. Take care. Esteemed guest James with a Z. You need me to kick you?
Oh, I thought I hit leave. Shit.
Here, I'll send you to the waiting room. Take care. All right, next. All right. Who is here next? Oh. Right, the guy I blocked in the server. Hold on. Let me unblock you. So wait, on God I Love Water. So why did he get blocked? Because he was annoying. I didn't like him. Okay. On God I Love Water, we're sending you in. Hello?
Hello, Alec. Sorry I was annoying last time. Yeah, so I was just curious, how do
forgive
you
you.
feel about like thank you, I appreciate it. First of all, no hard feelings. I get it.
Cool.
I was a dick
Me
like
neither.
6 months ago. Okay.
What's on your
How do
mind?
you feel about the political violence shit right now? Because from my understanding, your take on like Charlie Kirk, for example, was that
Yes.
you don't feel any sympathy because he was a piece of shit. So I mean, like
I don't
not gonna shed any tears over it.
I don't think I think that's an oversimplification. What I said was I feel empathy. Okay?
Okay.
And what I mean is I understand Charlie Kirk and the person that he was. That's what empathy is, right? Understanding where putting yourself in their shoes. We agree. So, knowing that, I can see that Charlie Kirk took the opposite path that I did. I used to be a conservative, much like Charlie Kirk. I sat down, I self-reflected, and came to the conclusions that I have now. And I see an evil version of myself reflected in Charlie Kirk. Okay?
Me too.
He made bad choices. He was a bad person.
Yeah.
That's my
I'm not gonna disagree
empathy.
with that.
That's his legacy. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, totally.
Okay.
That's not the part I disagree on.
That's how I
think-
feel. It's not about having sympathy or not having sympathy. It's about what kind of man was he? How
Well, no, I
ought
was
he be
just-
remembered? Everybody
I was-
passes, right?
yeah.
Everybody dies. Right? It happens eventually.
I was
Right.
oversimplifying just for the sake of brevity.
All right, so
Um,
just I'm almost done.
Okay.
When you die, do you want people to remember you for the person that you are? And what you said and what you did? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is exactly what I'm doing for Charlie, and that's why I don't like him. And I'm not afraid to say it, even though he's dead. He was a bad person through and through. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I agree with
Okay,
you on that. I'm not gonna
great.
sit here and pretend that he wasn't anti-American almost ever since the fucking word. Like, did you do the same though for like left-wing people? This isn't like an attack
Like
against
who?
you. I'm just asking.
Like who?
Like, for example, like the congressman or congresswoman, I forget, who got shot like
Congresswoman?
2 months ago in Wisconsin.
What about her? Did she do something bad?
No, I don't think so. I think she.
Okay, then maybe she,
voted for the-
in general, I don't like it when people are assassinated. So I think that I not knowing, like, my default is that somebody's a good person. So not knowing anything about her, I assume she's a good person who had good intentions, and therefore I feel bad she was unjustifiably killed before her time. Is that fair?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna assume that you wouldn't like have some sort of basic. I'm not saying you're like a psychopath or some shit.
Okay.
What I came here to talk about was I think that you as a content creator and a lot of other people, and I'm probably gonna have this discussion with a lot of other people, is that we as the left, I know we're different, very different spectrums of the left, but regardless, did you support Kamala during like 2024? If not supported, as in like you probably okay, perfect. Okay.
For all intents and
We both
purposes, I know what you mean. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I said vote for her.
Right.
Yes.
I think that we need to stop, and I don't know if you noticed this with Kamala. She took the high road. She took the high road just like how Biden
how?
did, and Biden didn't really do that great in terms of the campaign. I think most of it was just whiplash from the terrible Trump presidency of 2016 to 2020.
I don't mean to stop you, but what do you mean took the high road? In what regard?
So like she was not nearly as willing to like get in the dirt with Trump. I understand that Trump is very good at that.
Okay.
He's very good at, like, when he's in the dirt, he's in the dirt. He's a fucking pig. Okay. But
Okay,
I think
I agree,
it's
I
beneficial
agree.
for the left to like push.
She should
you
have
know,
called him a
like, push harder.
pedophile. She should have called him a pedophile.
Absolutely. Like
In
bring
my
up the
opinion.
Epstein shit.
Yes.
Like bring up the fucking like grab him by the pussy shit. Should have
Yes.
brought up all of that shit. It would have
I
been so
agree.
much better.
1000% agree.
Now, for the disagree part here, I think that you should focus more on the left wing shit that happens. In the sense, like when
Why
we
is that?
get shot.
What left-wing
when we
shit?
get shot, right? No,
What
I
left-wing
mean like
shit?
when we get shot, not things that left wing people do. I'm talking about like the congressman in Wisconsin, because all the right wingers, guess what they fucking did? They made a bunch of memes on fucking Twitter. They made them all on Twitch. Like Brett Herrera, I think, made fun of her too.
Are you saying take
They
the high
all-
road?
No, I'm saying take the low road. I'm saying do what Trump does and say, fuck you, okay? If you're gonna make fun of our guys for getting shot, and you're gonna assume that like the Kirk shooter was a trans, black, Antifa,
It's-
whatever the fuck, before
not
any
about
evidence
that.
comes out, we just play the same game.
It's not about that. I don't care what like it's not what okay. I've reached a point in my life where I don't let the feelings of other people affect my mentality or the things that I do. Okay? So if they want to spit on the fucking graves of Democratic politicians, I think that's wrong and bad to do. Because I just don't think that a good person would do that. I don't do that. I didn't dance on Charlie Kirk's grave. I think it's upsetting that he got shot. Okay, a lot of people saw that shit and it was bad. I don't condone political violence one iota. Okay? At the same time,
Yeah.
he was a bad fucking person.
Yeah.
He was bad. Like, right?
disagree
We
on that.
agree?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good.
No. Yeah.
Good.
I
And I think it's fine to say that. That's how I choose to remember him, because that's how he deserves to be remembered. And that's all there is to it. It doesn't matter what other people think.
would you say though that like if you were so like let's say you are running for president versus Trump. Let's say it's you versus Trump, and you're the most moral candidate between the two. I believe that personally, but like for the sake of the
Okay.
hypothetical, let's assume that's objective truth. If Trump still won because you were being more moral in terms of your rhetoric and your policy than him, do you think that would be worth it? Like maintaining
Are you
moral
asking me?
purity
Are you
over,
asking
like,
me?
winning?
What you're asking me is, is it possible to be moral and still lose? Right?
Well, no. I mean,
Like, if you know
if
for a
it's-
fact, okay, what you're asking me is, let me just clarify. I'm boiling it down, okay, to its essence.
Yep.
You're asking me if I accept the inevitability that I will lose with this strategy, can I still call it the more moral thing to do? Right?
Kind of. I was more going for like, would you be willing to sacrifice? So like, when Abraham Lincoln got into office at first, I think that he wanted to abolish slavery. But when he was on the campaign trail, he didn't mention slavery in the sense like he didn't talk about abolition. He was incredibly
Why did he do
neutral.
that?
He was like, I don't give a fuck.
Why
Well,
did
no, I'm
he
not
do
saying
that?
you did.
No. I'm asking you, why do you think he did that? I'm not saying
Because
he
he
didn't.
he had to appeal to racist voters.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is that
I
even
agree.
even if we're the good guys here?
Okay, so
right?
the strategy
Yeah.
that he took was aimed at messaging to a broadly racist audience that slavery is wrong, right?
Well, no. His message was that slavery should be expanded. That was his message. He took the moderate position instead of the more extreme
But
position
slavery
at
should.
the time.
Hold on. What was
Yeah.
it? I'm not a historian. What was his position? I don't know.
So, going into it, he said that slavery shouldn't be expanded upon. It was enough anti-slavery to keep Republicans safe.
Okay.
I would say Democrats, but fucking party switch or whatever. And it was moderate enough to where Democrats didn't like it, but it was tolerable.
Okay.
That's what he did. You know what I mean?
He made the determination that in
Yeah.
order to affect the greatest amount of change for the most amount of people, he had to temper his language for a group of people that might otherwise disagree with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay, was he dishonest?
Like, kinda, but like
Kind
I
of
wouldn't
how?
call him a dishonest person. So like, if you believe that abolition should be, well, this is complicated. As
I
a
don't-
politician, you should represent your voter base, and if people
I
are voting
understand
for
that.
you,
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
ask you this.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's in the same ballpark, okay?
Uh-huh.
So, trans rights are being attacked right now, right?
sure, yeah.
So do we agree that's bad, first of all? If not, I can
Yeah,
choose a
of
different
course.
example. Okay, so trans rights are good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we also agree that transphobia is rising?
Yes, I think for people who are transphobic are being emboldened, and as a result, that is spreading transphobia. Yeah.
Right. So, transphobia is on the rise, right?
Wealth, fame,
So-
power.
Hold on.
Nothing will change the fact that his face was tiny, and we can always joke about that.
That's pretty true. Thank you very much for 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Sockets Tanuki. Appreciate you. Okay. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were we talking
No, you're
about?
good. We were talking about you brought an example of trans rights being under attack, and
Yes,
we were
okay.
talking about tempering language.
Right. So, trans rights are under attack. So, my question is, right? We live in a broadly transphobic society. We can agree upon that, right? There's enough that it's a problem.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say so.
So, we have to message then to a broadly transphobic society in order to get across a message that trans people deserve rights, correct?
Yeah.
We must at least convince. They don't have to think that, like, pronouns are cool or NBs. Like, they don't have to think any of that. All they have to think is that trans people can use the bathroom they want to use, right? That's it. You just have to
even-
convince them
I,
of that part, right?
I think even a more moderate position would be better there. It's like instead of because like
No, I don't think so. Because that's what
Well,
I want the end result to be. Trans
Well, no,
people
of
using
course.
whatever restroom they damn
Yeah.
well please. We should
know,
be
Alex,
honest about
we-
that.
Alec, we agree on that. The thing is that
Okay.
though, we're dealing with people who think that like trans people are like the antichrist.
I-
like every one of them is like their own like satanic like demon spawn. That's what they fucking think,
Mo-
right? They think it's like
most-
a mental illness. It's like coming for your kids. You know what I mean? Like
S-
that's what we're dealing with,
Some
right?
of
I think
some.
we should just go for like hold on, just real quick. I'll finish.
Okay,
real quick.
I'm
I
waiting.
think that the message we should go for is trans people are just not harmful. That's where we should start. That's it.
Some of them are like that. Not most of them. Most of them are just well-to-do mom and pops, okay? Across the suburbia, whatever. Right? They just heard on Fox News from Jesse Waters that trans people are running amok, taking all the titles from their 12-year-old little Sally, okay? Right? Okay. They're not crazy. They're indoctrinated. They feed upon a steady diet of Fox News, and it infects them, and it damages their brain, okay? But we can undo the damage. We can undo it by correctly messaging to them. That is part of my moral system, is good messaging to people who disagree with me. Okay, so if it fails, if I know my method is going to fail, the ethical thing to do is to modify it so that it does not. Make sense?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
a little idealistic, but yeah.
Idealistic how? What did I say that's idealistic? Spell it out.
Maybe not idealistic, hopeful. I think you're way too hopeful and you give too much credit to Republicans. I think it's
Hopeful?
an
How?
entirely different, like,
What do you
reality.
mean?
So I think that, like, when you're talking about, like, for example, what you previously wanted, right? You want Republicans to believe that trans people should have their own, or should be able to choose whatever fucking
Yes,
bathroom they
a
want.
lot of them do.
right?
A lot of them do.
But I don't think so. I think some of them do. I think
Some of
them do, and a
okay,
lot
so
of them
so some of them do. You have recognized that it is possible to be a Republican that thinks trans people can use the restroom they prefer to use. Correct? That's possible.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then let's convince the rest of them, right?
Right, but it's a lot harder than just convince the rest of them. This sort of thing takes years to change. You know what I mean?
Yes. So let's start the process. Right?
That's why I'm saying we should start
Okay.
with the first. Think of it like stairs, right? I wouldn't expect you to make a step from stair 1 to stair 4. I want to start you at stair 1, stair 2, stair 3, stair 4.
That's
So
my
at
point.
Stair 1, yeah, like, well, kind
That's
of.
my
I think
point.
you're saying I could be. Hold a minute. I could be wrong. Okay. What I'm hearing from you is that you want to take them from step 1, which is that trans people should be allowed, to like step 4, where trans people should be given certain accommodations, right? I'm
Not
saying,
accommodations, just equal
what are
rights.
accommodations? Well,
I can use whatever restroom I
yeah,
want
okay,
and not get
yeah,
arrested,
equal
right?
rights. Equal
I
rights.
can.
Yeah.
I can.
Fine.
Right? If I
Yeah,
walk into a woman's
fine.
restroom to piss, nobody can
Okay,
stop
wrong
me.
Word. It was
Not
it was
really.
the wrong word. Fine. Equal rights.
Huh?
Fine. It was the wrong word. Equal rights. Fine. Not
Yes.
accommodations. Equal rights. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm saying that we, instead of taking that leap, we should go, okay, trans people should be allowed and accepted, to trans people should be viewed as not harmful, to trans people should be able to go to their own bathrooms. That's what I think.
That doesn't make what I said invalid.
It doesn't make it invalid. I'm just saying I think it would be better.
No.
For that
What I mean
message.
is
Okay.
that doesn't change anything. What I said, what you asked me basically. Okay, this is what you asked me. If you want to ask me something else, you can. But this is what you asked me. Okay, ready?
Okay. Yeah.
What you asked me was, is it still moral to commit to a strategy that you think is moral if it fails? If it fails to come out with progress towards your goals, right?
Or even
Like
just
taking the
results.
high road. Kamala Harris
Yeah.
took the high road and she lost, right?
Yeah.
You're asking me if that was ethical, right?
Yeah, kinda. I'm
No.
asking if you think it's a
No,
good
it
idea.
wasn't. Huh? If it's a
I'm
good
I'm
idea,
asking if you think it
no.
was a good idea.
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
okay. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was a horrible idea. She should have called him a fucking pedophile like he is.
Sure.
Yes.
What I'm
So
saying,
no,
though,
it was a
back to-
bad idea. She shouldn't have taken the high road. She should have called him a fucking pedophile.
Sure.
God's
What I'm
sake.
here to talk. What I'm here to talk to you about, though, is like I think that you should have focused way more on like shit that happens to us on the left. Because when we get shot, nobody gives a fuck. When Charlie Kirk gets shot, the president of the United States sends an executive order saying that the flag needs to be at half-mast. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm sorry. People get shot in America every day, right? We agree.
Yeah.
So we need, as influencers, I'm an influencer. What I'm doing right now is influencing. Okay, I try to influence in a good, positive direction for the world.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna deny
So-
that. I'd say you're a positive force for the Democrat Party in most regards.
What
yeah.
I'm trying to do, okay,
Mhm.
is push the narrative in a better direction.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
I
getting a little
understand
tired. I feel like I'm trailing
No,
off.
you're good. How long have you been fucking streaming? Like
A
2.5
couple
hours or
hours.
some shit? Yeah, like
Yeah,
I
we
don't
do
blame you.
need to. It's been almost 20 minutes. I'll give you a few more. We do need to wind it down. So, what we're just talking about, I'm so sorry. I'm getting a little tired.
No, you're good. But yeah, no, I'll want to just wrap. I'd be fine with wrapping it up.
Okay.
That's about all I
sure.
wanted to talk about particularly.
Okay.
Good luck with the
I
rest of
just,
you guys.
I think that part. Sorry, just to
No, you're good.
clarify, I think that part of your moral system should be winning, because if your outcomes are moral, if you win, you need to do what you can to win. That is the ethical thing to do. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Um,
Any other questions?
yeah, just no, but like just real quick, just to wrap it up. I respect you. Good luck with the rest of the guys, and have a good night. All right.
All
cheers.
right, you as well. Thank you. Sorry for blocking you. All right. Moving on. Oh, not this guy. All right, kids, who is next? Be honest. Me? Do we concur? Okay. I have a second. Okay. Large is seconding that Ray Nardist is next. Okay, cool. All right. Let's pull you in. Hello. How are we doing tonight?
I'm pretty good. I'm tired as well. But so
What's up? What's on your mind?
I mean, a lot. Honestly, I'm trying to think clearly right now because
No worries. Take your time.
and I haven't really been on a Twitch stream before. So, but
Interesting.
anyway, so what's
I'm
like?
flattered that I'm your
what-
first.
I do have a question though.
What's up?
What was like the main topic you were discussing with Water? Because he's an interesting fellow.
With Water, we were discussing a couple of things. I think it was mostly messaging, because he was saying that the major point of contention, I think, was that I was explaining why Kamala Harris, quote unquote, taking the high road and not being meanie bobini to Donald Trump was not ethical. Not only was it dishonest, but it didn't result in the good outcome, the one that helps more people. So I don't think that it was ethical to do that. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the main topic, I think. But, yeah, is that what you wanted to talk about, or?
Hold on, my mind. Sorry, my mind went like totally blank. Okay.
Sure.
You said that. Okay, wait. What's your position? That Kamala Harris should have done more or less? Or...
She could have. She should. Okay, she should have called Trump a pedophile, because he is one. She should have run his name into the fucking dirt and smeared it with feces. That's, rhetorically speaking,
Yeah.
that's what she should have done, and she did not. She played softball with a pedophile, and now he's president.
I mean,
I think that was unethical of her.
I fully agree.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I feel like I mean, there were a lot of billboards and poster boards, like especially in New York City and shit, that had like, pictures of Trump next to Epstein and everything. But I
It
feel
wasn't
like,
enough. It wasn't enough.
well, yeah, right. I feel like one of the reasons why it didn't get as much attraction as it should have is because her platform was kind of, it wasn't really that efficient, and like one of the I forgot what interview it was, so take it with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure she was
okay.
like, she was asked like, what would you do different?
Yep. I remember
and
this one.
she said
nothing.
absolutely like nothing. Yeah,
Said
exactly.
nothing. I'm not him.
yeah,
we
people-
don't
right,
share a
right.
name or identity. That's the
Right, yeah,
difference
people
between us.
don't-
We're
no, people
technically
don't
different
wanna-
people.
Right.
We're technically different people. That was her answer. We're technically different people. That's the difference. Ugh.
Yeah, that's like not what people want to hear. People want change. People want the situation to at least get better. Want
The
promises.
liberals
like yeah,
are allergic to reading the fucking room. They are
Exactly.
addicted to losing. They love holding the L. They're cucks. They're cucked.
Right.
Spineless
Absolutely.
losers.
And how is water like trying to? I mean, this could just be a discussion. We don't really have to debate, I guess. But I mean, well, we
to
can
you.
later. I'm just like,
It's up to
I just
you.
think it's kind of.
I do wanna say-
I just think it's kind of funny that like, because I remember like I was in a call with him like a week ago, and
Okay.
he was like trying to argue that like. He was saying that. Well, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not sure what your position is on this, but he said that like right-wing extremism is like the #1 threat in America right now. And I felt like, in my opinion, I felt like that's kind of silly, especially considering.
Well, it's kind of silly. I apologize. I spaced out for just a
He.
second.
No, it's all right. He said, basically, I was in a call with him, and he said that right-wing extremism is like the most major threat in America right now, and in my opinion, I feel
I
like
can
that's
see
kind of
that.
silly.
Why?
I don't know. Well, considering like what has happened recently, like with the
Like what?
well, with the Charlie Kirk assassination for one, plus all the like
why do you think that
riots
happened?
against
Why do you think
ICE,
that happened?
Um,
Why is Charlie Kirk no longer with us?
well, because
walk
of
through it.
radicalization.
Radicalization? Who was radicalized?
Yeah,
Who?
a guy who all points are leading towards him being left leaning.
Are they? What's your evidence?
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's kind of
You feel like. So what's your feeling?
Well, okay. My intuition.
Your intuition. So we trust your intuition. We trust Reynardus Dawn's intuition that it was a leftist,
would it
right?
make sense? Would it make sense for a far right groiper to have a trans girlfriend and
Yes.
to be rebellious against their MAGA
Absolutely, yes.
parents?
What are you talking about? Have you met a groiper? Have you met a groiper?
Okay, listen,
Yes.
yes.
The answer
Okay,
is
listen.
unambiguously yes. What are you talking about, man?
Listen. What I meant was, okay. Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
I listen.
Go
I
on.
don't doubt.
What do you mean you
Listen, I
don't doubt?
yeah,
You just did. You just said, "Hey,
listen,
Alec, do
I know.
you really
I know.
think?"
Listen. Fuentes.
Don't
listen,
gaslight
Fuentes,
me. Don't gaslight me.
listen,
Don't do
listen.
it.
Fuentes himself. Himself is closeted. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious.
Okay,
that he
what
is,
does that have to
like,
do with
homosexual.
anything? What are you
Listen,
talking about?
What I
Would a
meant
groiper
is
have a
that-
trans girlfriend?
what-
Yes or no?
No.
I
because-
think.
listen,
What do you
okay,
mean
okay,
no?
okay, listen,
You just.
okay. In secret.
You don't know
in
groipers
secret.
then. You
They
don't know
wouldn't-
groipers.
listen,
You don't know what they are.
They wouldn't espouse it like
Bruh.
in public. They wouldn't be like, "Oh, I support trans rights. I love trans."
But
people."
they would
wouldn't
have
say it
one.
in public.
You asked me if they would have one.
Sure,
Not if
sure,
they.
but he-
Okay.
but,
Okay.
have-
So that.
but
Okay.
he
So
wore,
so
he
then
wore
let's.
a vest with pride
Okay.
flags on it. I don't
So
think
let's
groipers would publicly have pride flags on them.
Then
and
let's-
also like, okay, what?
Let's modify the question. Would a groiper openly have a trans girlfriend? Probably not, right?
No, exactly.
Okay, continue. We're on the same page.
All right, and he also was wearing a vest that had a gay and trans flag on it. With the social media, I don't
Where?
think
Where's the
groiper
picture?
would be proudly
Where's the
on- It was
picture?
on. It was circulating on Twitter.
Okay, do you have such evidence on you? Can you? What do I Google?
hold on.
Tell me what to Google. How do I find it?
Hold on. It was okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, it was like an account. That
Come on. No, you brought it
reposted
up. It's important. How do I find it?
Hold on. I have.
You
the
brought it
picture
up. It's
itself.
important, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do I find it?
Let me find it.
Okay, you're gonna find it for me.
Yeah.
Okay, how are you gonna send it to me?
I can send you it in DMs.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
Hold on. One moment. But what makes you think that he would be right wing? Like, what would point besides like the song that CNN said?
Well, for
Which
one,
is,
he was
in
raised
of itself
by.
is a partisan song. I mean,
For one,
Yeah.
he was raised by a MAGA family. Okay, So I'm not saying
Yeah,
it proves it.
okay.
I'm not.
The
hold on.
kid.
Hold on.
People
Hold-
are
do you want
rebellious
my
against
full
their
answer?
parents.
Do you want my full
Yes.
answer? Okay, I'm not
Yes.
saying that proves it. I am saying he did cut. MAGA raised him. He is a product of MAGA, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. So he's a product of MAGA. I think that's it's fair to conclude that it's possible that he was right wing. Okay, listen.
Okay.
I understand why people are so willing to jump to the conclusion that he was left wing. I get it. Charlie Kirk was an asshole. He was a right wing fascist fuck, and he drew a lot of ire from a lot of people, and a lot of those people were left wing. Obviously, a left wing person would have the incentive to do it. I understand that. That being said, we don't have evidence of it. That's just speculation. Right-wingers have committed crime on other right-wingers before. Right-on-right crime, something people don't seem to want to talk about as much as black-on-black crime for some reason. Right-on-right crime is on the rise. Just look at the Donald Trump assassination attempt. Another right-winger, one of yours. I don't know if you're right-winger, but one of theirs.
Was he really right-wing? Was he
Yes,
not just
he
like
was.
a
He was
schizophrenic
registered
man?
Republican. He was registered Republican.
He also donated to the Democrat convention, but whatever.
The most recent activity that I am aware of is that he was a registered Republican. So we at least have some reason to believe he could have been right wing, right?
But is it
You
not
said that he's
also-
leftist. Okay, let's get back to the point.
Okay, yeah. What?
Okay, you said that the Charlie Kirk shooter was probably a leftist. What's your evidence?
Because he was being openly supportive of like
This is not the
LGBT
shooter.
rights.
This is not the
Usually
shooter.
isn't. Okay, listen.
This is not the shooter. You sent me a picture of not the
Alright.
shooter.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, I mean, most of it is speculation. All right.
Then
so
why
it
do you
could be-
believe that he
it
was
could be
left-wing?
false. Because why would like
What evidence
why-
do you have
how-
besides
okay.
speculation and guesses?
Would it make sense to assassinate like a leading figure like who's supporting your cause and who's
Do you-
becoming a leader figure of your movement? Why would you assassinate somebody
Do you
who is
know?
supportive of your
Are
own
you
movement?
familiar with the Night of Long Knives?
Yes.
Then you should know the answer to this,
What? Okay. Elaborate.
right? Okay, I will. The Night of Long Knives was I'm not a history buff, so forgive me if I get something wrong, but my understanding
Mhm.
is that it was Hitler's henchmen committing many crimes, murders on politicians that were still right-wing. They still supported Hitler. They were just too far to the left, just a little bit. So they went and killed them.
Are you
right?
referring to the SA or like
The SA?
I mean, like the Stern Battalion, the one where Ernst Röhm, like the gay guy, was
I don't know.
killed or whatever.
I don't know.
Okay, all right. So you're
But
not.
am I correct so far? Did I get anything
I
wrong?
mean,
with that?
I mean, like in a sense, yeah, you're right. But
Okay.
the difference
agree.
is like, listen.
We agree.
The difference is that like it would like okay, in that sense, it would make more sense if he would to target like I mean, okay, like seriously, what's your intuition of what you think he might have been? Do you think he might have been a Groyper, like a fascist or something like that? Because either way, like if he was a Fuentes fan, then he might have instead went after like Patriot Front or something. If you're going by this Night of Long Knives, like sort of situation, because like Patriot
don't
Front
know.
does more movement on the ground
Okay.
than just Charlie Kirk, who was just
Okay.
being influential online. Like it would be like assassinating Jordan Peterson. It would be like worthless.
Okay,
like-
okay, man.
How would it have like even progressed in, like the far right movement at all?
Okay.
Like
I don't know what his ideology was. Nobody does yet,
Sure.
besides maybe
Yeah.
the FBI. Okay?
Uh-huh.
I have plenty of reason to believe they'd hide if the fact that he's right wing. I have plenty of reason to believe that. Okay?
well,
But until they release any evidence, that's
there's
just
no
speculation.
doubt.
So I don't
Right,
believe
right.
that. I
I
don't
mean,
know
it-
what he
it-
was. Nobody does.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
why are you
but
so
so
quick-
there's
so why are you
there's
so quick to
I'm
assume he's
ceding to
far
you.
right
Okay,
wing?
I'm ceding to you.
Yeah.
Let's say this: there is just as much chances at this point that he's left wing than that he's right wing. Correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Because we
So-
don't know, and the evidence
Wouldn't
points
be-
to it
wouldn't
could be
make
either.
more sense? Wouldn't it make more sense to just say that both the Trump shooter and the Charlie Kirk shooter are just very extreme, mentally deranged individuals.
Of course
who
they
may
are.
or may not have any political persuasion whatsoever.
Of course they are. I think murder is very extreme. Yes.
Right, exactly. So then why did you say before that the Trump shooter was a registered Republican? What relevance would that have?
Because
Like,
it
if they were
indicates
just
to
deranged?
us what might have convinced him to kill a political leader, right? Look
So
at his
to kill your
political
own
followings and
leader?
intuitions. Look at his
To
political
kill
activity.
your own leader? Why did no Republican try to kill Bush?
Okay. Why did the Nazis kill? Why did the Nazis kill the original? What was it? Somebody said it. The original National Socialists, like the ones who were slightly to the left of them. Why would the Nazis do that?
You mean okay? I want to
The
know.
Night
like,
of Long Knives.
specifically
Why would they do
who-
that?
I want to know specifically who they're referring to. Are they referring to the
Huh?
stressors? Because that's like
Okay, the point is,
Mhm.
correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that Hitler's henchmen killed people who were to the left of them slightly politically. They were still right wingers.
Right,
They
yes.
still supported Hitler,
Yes.
but they just weren't
Yeah.
quite fascist enough. Am I correct on that?
yes.
Okay, so it
But-
looks
okay,
like a
okay.
great motivation
So then
for
why-
right wingers to commit crime against their own is because they're to the right of them, right?
Okay. Sure,
Okay.
sure.
So it sounds
But
like the more right you
difference-
go, the more insane you get until you murder somebody on your own team. That is how
Right.
insane right-wing politics makes you. And that's why I'm a leftist. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay.
But listen, okay, but the problem with your
Uh-huh.
with
Go
your
on.
with your view is that you're comparing. Okay, it's a false comparison because
No, what's the
like,
false
if-
comparison? What
okay,
to
okay,
what?
because like okay,
You said
like,
comparison. What's being compared? Go on.
you're comparing like the MAGA supporters to basically like Hitlerites or fascists. That's basically what
Yeah,
you're saying,
kind of.
because, like,
Yeah. Kind of.
in
I
what
mean, it's
sense are
yes,
they?
it's the
'Cause
same
they're
cultish behavior.
in all, it's
Do you okay? Are
yeah,
you familiar?
behavior, but ideologically they're just neocons. I mean,
Are-
like or paleoconservatives, however you want to say it.
There are differences, but I think it's a fair comparison. Trump is a fucking
exactly.
fascist. He's disgusting. He's a pedophile
In what-
too, by the way.
Okay, yes, I don't like either party. Listen, I would rather there be a third party like Roosevelt's party. That would be fucking beautiful. But we don't have that. And but you can't just be hypocritical and just call this one side just Hitlerites.
Hypocritical?
Because that
Hypocritical?
could theoretically lead to people doing
How-
mob justice and killing these leaders, and they
How is-
could be left wing, and they could, have these sympathies because because the MAGA Republicans are so demonized. I mean, has that never occurred to you that this demonization could lead to that sort of violence?
Give me an example of a leftist killing
Mm-hmm.
somebody to the right of them. I'm sure they exist. I just don't know of any. How many do you think there are
mean-
compared to right-wing violence?
I'm
How many?
sure there's quite a few. I can't think of any murders off the top of my head, but I can think
I
of
have
a lot
news
of
for you.
assaults. I can think of a lot of assaults. Okay.
I have news for you. No, I mean
Yeah.
political violence,
Right,
shootings.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
they're almost universally right-wingers. Did you know that?
Good shooters. Like
Yes,
who?
they're all
Name-
when they have a manifesto, it is a right-wing manifesto, sometimes with Ben Shapiro's name in it or Tim Pool. Bet you didn't know that.
Okay, but listen.
Did you?
Listen. No. I did. Are you referring to like
You
the
did.
school shooters?
Okay.
Are you-
So
are you-
which
are you referring to
leftist
the
content
school
creator?
shooters?
Which
Because
shooter
this-
had Hassan Piker in his note? Which one?
I'm sure.
Any?
What about
Bernie Sanders?
listen,
Bernie
the
Sanders?
The trans
No.
shooter of
Perhaps
Tennessee.
Vosh.
Which one was it?
Maybe the great
Yeah,
Alec
yeah,
Gunter
yeah,
was
yeah,
mentioned
listen,
in one
there
of
were-
these
there were a
manifestos,
few-
wasn't
there
he?
were- there were a
No,
few trans-
just
there were
Ben
a few
Shapiro
trans-
and Tim Pool for some reason.
Listen,
That's
there were a
interesting,
few
isn't
trans
it?
school shooters. Yeah. But okay, they could just be like just name dropping that just for public sensation. I mean, for media sensation.
Then they're lying.
Like, it doesn't
They're
have to
lying.
be- yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so
They're doing it
so
for the
so
law,
let's
just
set
like
this up.
Solomon
Let's set this up.
Henderson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have a right-wing fascist note that says, "I love Ben Shapiro, and
Well, it
I
also
hate
says,
brown
"I love
people."
Turkey
and
Tom."
that's why.
Like it says random.
This
it
is
says
what
random
happened.
YouTubers.
This is
Just
what
random
happened.
YouTubers. Like they could
Just
be
just
correlated
throwing
or
the names
not.
out there. Just throw,
Yeah.
you know, randomly, right?
Yes.
Why the fuck would they do that? Why lie? They're sacrificing their lives. This is their final
because they're
hurrah.
misanthropic.
It doesn't not
Because they're
make more.
misanthropic. They're mentally deranged. They're misanthropic. They don't
What reason
care
do you
about
think
life
Ben
itself.
Shapiro was there and Tim Pool? Why not Hassan Piker? There'd be plenty of reason for that.
They're popular people, and there's a lot of.
So is
controversy
Hassan
with them.
Piker.
Yes.
Hassan
Yeah,
Piker
sure.
is the single most popular leftist right now across the
Yes.
fucking globe, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So where's the shooter inspired by Hassan motherfucking Piker? Where's he at?
There was.
I've heard of
okay,
the
there
Ben
was
Shapiro
the-
shooter. I've heard of the Tim Pool
there
shooter.
was-
Never Hassan Piker. Where's he at?
No, there was.
There
was this
isn't one, is
like,
there?
No, there was this one like old guy who like.
Let's hear it. Go on.
Shut up. He fuck, dude. It was a while ago. I forgot like the exact specifics, but I know that he was like an old like leftist guy who was like shooting at Jews, and he was like screaming about Palestine and stuff. I'm pretty sure it was in, I think, California, something like that. It was a while ago. I can't remember it too well.
Which
But-
influencer did he mention? Which one?
Well, he didn't mention any, but I'm sure
Okay,
he would have been. A
then we
fan
have
for
no
somebody.
reason to assume that an influencer was the reason he
Yeah.
got that way. Okay?
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, but do you think
If the
okay.
influencers
You're
mentioned in the
assuming-
manifesto, I feel like we
Yeah.
should look into that, shouldn't we?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's my only
But
point.
okay, but you're taking.
I've never been
all
mentioned
these
in a
names just for
manifesto, and I don't think that I will,
Yeah.
because I don't promote political violence, right?
When has Ben Shapiro like endorsed political violence or condoned it in any sort of way?
Many times. He said we should bomb the
When?
Muslims because they live like sewer rats.
When
Is that violence?
When? Yes.
Would,
but
would you like me to?
when was
Okay,
that? I don't
receipts.
understand.
You're asking for receipts. That's fair. Okay.
Yes.
Now pull up receipts. Ready?
No.
Let's see. Ben Shapiro, Muslim quote. It is a tweet.
Tweet.
Let's
Okay.
see. Here we go. Israelis like to build. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock. What does that mean?
He didn't say outright bomb Palestinians. He didn't say
He
like
said
they're.
he said Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. What should we do with people that like to bomb crap and live in open sewage? What do you think?
Give them civilization.
Give them
Give them
civilization how?
opportunities.
They like to bomb
Yeah.
crap and live in open sewage. Why would you want to live with them?
Well, you can
They'll just bomb
assimilate
your
them.
crap and live in your sewage. Why do you want that?
I don't. But
Wouldn't the logical thing to do be like lock them up like animals or something? They bomb crap and live in open sewage. That's what they like. Right?
I mean, it's just.
So we should lock them
it's
up. We
just-
should treat them like animals, or else call them, right? So that we can live there.
It's just a,
right?
blanket statement. He's not like outright
No,
saying that.
no.
I mean, they're.
This is the natural end conclusion of that logic. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. Therefore, we should treat them like people who do nothing but bomb crap and live in open sewage that can never change. Okay?
Okay, and when you call.
What
like,
do you do
a
with
bunch
such
of-
people?
Okay, listen.
What do you do with them?
Okay, but we can.
What
okay,
should I
listen.
do with them?
Listen,
What should I
listen,
do with
listen,
the
listen,
Arabs
listen, listen.
who like?
And
Okay,
you can take
hold
this
on.
the other way.
Just-
You can take this the other way because you keep
Okay.
calling all Republicans like Nazis and stuff. And what do you?
I
do
didn't
with
say
Nazis?
that. I didn't say that.
Tell me,
I did
tell me.
not
No,
say
no,
that.
No, because you said before that like that Trump's his rhetoric and everything is fascist and his supporters like echo.
Yes.
I only
Hold on
like
one
people
second,
who live
sorry.
in
Yeah,
closed
exactly.
sewage.
Okay,
Hashtag
alright.
suisocialism.
Thank you very much for 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Sakatanuki. I appreciate it. I agree. Okay. I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay, but you can, but the problem is also on the other side because you keep calling all these people Nazis, and usually people
All
don't
what
like
people?
Nazis.
Who?
They
Who?
wanna-
Who? Who did I call a Nazi?
You called Trump and his supporters Nazis.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. Before
When did I
you
say
said,
that?
okay, listen.
What was my exact? Okay, what was my exact? I could be
when I
wrong.
was asking you,
What would? Go ahead.
okay, listen.
Go on.
Okay, let me give like the bullet points. Okay.
Okay.
At first, we were arguing like over how like the Night of Long Knives, whatever, how this could be advantageous to like the far right. All right, and you said that after that the MAGA supporters and such are like base or like fuck, what was the
It is
word
a
you said? You
similar
said that,
strain of illness, of
right?
mental illness.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Right,
So
right, right. You were
MAGAism.
comparing them. You
It's,
were comparing
it's
them.
apples to oranges. Okay, we have
Exactly.
concentration camps right now. Do you know that? They're
That's
called ICE facilities.
okay.
They're called ICE
Okay,
facilities,
that's
but they're
very
real.
loose logic. You could call
How?
every prison
How is it not a
like
concentration
concentration
camp?
by
What
that
are we
logic.
doing? What are we doing in these camps?
We're not
Can I ask
exterminating
that?
them.
We're not exterminating them. A
We're not
concentration
forcing
camp.
them to work to
Where
death.
does
We're
it
not
say
forcing them to
that?
work to
So,
death.
in order to be a concentration camp, we must be exterminating people within the walls, correct?
And or working them nearly to death.
And or working them nearly to
and,
death, correct?
And we're feeding them. We're letting
okay.
them. Then they're still.
So we
I
must
may be
also
wrong,
starve them,
concentration, they can
correct?
still-
Okay, so to be a
Yes.
concentration camp, you must be culling them, you must be forcibly working them, and you must be
Yes.
starving them. All three of these conditions must be met, correct?
Yes.
Where are you getting this definition? The UN? I don't think that's how they define a concentration camp.
Any definition would suffice.
Okay.
Because the first concentration camps, the Boers and the British used the Boers in South Africa, and they were starving them, they were working them to death, and then the Nazis replicated the same thing to the Jews and Gypsies. So what definition? What definition are you looking for?
A concentration camp is exactly
Yes.
what it sounds like. We take a population of people or multiple and concentrate them down into an area where they can be controlled. What we do with them beyond that
Okay.
is irrelevant. The concentration part is happening. We are concentrating immigrants specifically from Mexico and South America into camps, sometimes
Sure.
citizens. Okay?
We did the same.
It is completely profiled just like it was in World War fucking II. It's based on how you look. They've said it
Yeah.
themselves. What's the problem? Is that good?
Listen,
Do you
listen,
like
listen,
that?
listen. Okay. No. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Then you're on my
I
side,
don't,
right?
but listen,
ICE is bad.
The way you're yes, but the way you're
Okay,
phrasing
good.
the way you're phrasing it, people immediately think of like extermination camps. That's what I meant. My bad. I do know that. Yeah.
Then that's
it
their
is-
problem.
Okay. Well. All right.
That's not what I mean.
Okay, but all right. Do you think that the ice shooter was a psyop?
I don't know. What's the ice shooter again? It was hold on.
Remember
ice
the
shooter
guy
at a-
who was aiming for like the officers but shot the detainees instead?
I think that if I recall correctly, that was someone insane 4chaner. Like they were
Okay, so
they
how
were in-
come?
they were in
listen,
r
listen,
slash
listen,
not
listen,
r slash poll.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen. How come you give these other shooters the benefit of the doubt of that they're
wait,
just crazy?
hold on.
But you say
Hold
these
on.
other shooters are politically motivated when they all could
Hold
be
on.
like insane. What?
Which shooter did I give the benefit of the doubt? Which one?
The ice shooter.
The ice shooter?
You just did.
How did I give
Yes,
the ice
just-
shooter the benefit?
Because
What
you
benefit
said
of the
they were
doubt?
just some
What do you
crazy.
mean?
You said they were just.
No, I didn't
crazy.
say
You
he's
didn't
crazy.
say they were politically
No,
motivated or whatever.
no. Well, okay, I said he's some
What?
insane 4chaner. You kind of
Yes.
have to be insane to shoot somebody, don't you? For no reason?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Then what's wrong with what I said? What's the problem? How am I giving him credit? What do you mean?
It's just that you're okay because the central point at the beginning was that you think that right-wing extremism itself is like the biggest threat, but these people are just
Yes.
insane.
I
Wouldn't you
explained
say that
why.
you just- Alright, what
It's a
was it?
self-cannibalizing fucking monster with rabies.
Well,
Right-wing
yes,
extremism is going to blow up the entire fucking earth if we let it. It's very dangerous
Okay.
and cannibalizing. It is special cannibalization. It's decay, societal decay. That's what fascism is. Right-wing extremism, okay? That's why I'm against it.
Sure.
I
You're
do not
entitled,
want
but-
society to decay. Thank you.
Sure. How is it? Okay, but again, how is Trump fascist though? Because you keep like flip flopping between oh, he acts fascist, or like, is he actually like ideologically, or is he just acts like it? Because a lot of people could act in a certain way. That's really that's really vague. You know, that's like it's subjective, not objective. Like, what has he done? That's because if you're saying the camps or whatever, then was FDR fascist?
In that sense, yes. He did the Japanese camps,
Really?
right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's a fascist move. Don't you agree?
Yeah, but then,
Or
but
do you
then
not?
that's the
Okay, so then
problem,
in that
they're-
sense-
they're calling everything fascist, and then it loses all meaning.
No, that specific action was fascist from FDR. We agree on that?
Sure.
Okay,
Whatever fascist things has he done though?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not a history buff.
Has Trump? I meant has
Trump?
Trump done? Has Trump done? Recent
Well,
memory.
he outlawed trans people from being in the military. I think that sucks, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Wanna
mean,
keep going?
yeah, but listen.
How about
listen,
the?
Obama
So we
didn't
talked about
allow
the
gay
concentration
marriage
camps. Nothing. No
until-
fascism there though.
until
That's not
later.
enough, right? It's not enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
So
it-
then,
because-
what more do you need? Border control?
Because he hasn't-
Deporting? Because he does that too.
That-
What else?
Obama was the porter.
Talking about taking over Greenland, annexing land. How about that? Is that enough? How much more?
Presidents have been doing that for decades. It's
That doesn't change the point. That's bad, right? That's like a Hitler thing to do, right?
sure,
Okay,
sure,
that's the
sure.
point I'm trying to communicate to you. That is a bad Hitlerite thing to do, correct? Annex land, or even gesture at it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the disconnect? I think we've established he's a fascist, right?
Okay. I mean, not. I mean,
I'm waiting.
and
We can end the call if
okay,
you're done.
Okay.
It's been a minute. We got to bring the next person in anyway. Get your last word in. Go on.
You know what? We can talk another time about this.
Okay, hit me up
I'm
anytime.
sorry.
We'll set something up, okay,
All right.
man?
Sure.
Okay. Have a great night.
You too, man.
All right, take care. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I'm kind of on a tear, man. I think I'm doing pretty good. What do you guys think? Scale of 1 to 10. Eight, I'll take it. I take constructive criticism as well. 7? I think I'm the only one to win so far. That's fair. In the US, we have... Oh, man. Hold on. This person said a lot of things. Withrow. With Otro. We must fight Islamophobia. Agreed. We must end all concentration camps. Yeah. I agree with all the above. Yeah. Good points. 12, I love anger. Thank you. See, that's a real fan right there. WL Lucia, you're my favorite tonight. Because you gave me the highest score. That's what we reward in the United States, right? That's what Donald Trump does, right? Everyone else, you're banned. They have to make shit up because fascism isn't supported by reality. Well, yeah, that's why they love AI art so much. Okay, let me reassure Large 2570 that I am coming for them. They might be our last one for tonight. We'll see. The room is still open. I am open to doing more after Large 2570. But you gotta follow you gotta get into the Discord server. The QR code's on the screen. You can follow the link in the YouTube description if you're on YouTube, or you can type !debate into the chat bar, and then that will pull up the Discord invite. Thank you for money. Who's that? Wait until they find out how we feel about liberals. Obama did it too. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for however many bits for that was. I don't feel like checking. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom. Let me reassure Large 2570 that I'm coming. I will be right back. Okay, I return. I think I'm just going to stay on face cam because I'm not playing. Like, I'm not actually playing. I was just doing it to keep my hands busy, but I have a fidget toy for that now. So that I don't pick. I like to pick at my beard. I just, it's a bad habit. I'm gonna break it. Okay. We've been keeping large 2570 waiting for a while. Let's pull them in. Hello. You there? That's alright, take your time. God bless Trump and Charlie Kirk. Feel free to hop in, man, if you want to step up. Okay? I respect anybody with the balls to step up and speak their mind. And put their ideas on the line. I'm going to try again with large 2570. Alright. How are we doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you, large?
Oh, I'm doing quite well. It's a beautiful night tonight.
May I ask what the number 2570 means?
It was a randomly generated number.
Ah, okay. Just wondering.
So yeah,
So what's
big
on your
fan of
mind?
those. Well, I haven't been watching the stream, so I don't know what you have talked about, but I am a big fan of God and religion. I think they're
It's a new
both
one.
not I think they synthesize quite well.
God and
I don't
religion
know your opinion on
synthesize
it.
quite well, like with each other?
Yes.
Well,
Oh
I
yeah.
would say so, because if you believe in God, that's a religion, right?
Yes.
So yes, I would say God and religion go together like peanut butter and jelly, I would say, yeah. I
Oh,
agree.
you're a believer?
No. What?
Oh, you don't believe?
No, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Agnostic atheist, that's the first.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Doesn't
Plenty of people...
agnostic mean you just you believe in a higher power, you just don't know which one?
No. Okay, so what you're
Enlighten me
referring
then.
to... Hold on. What you're referring to is agnosticism as a concept. Okay? If you are agnostic, but atheist... Sorry, if you're agnostic theist, right? Then you might be, like, unsure of which God it is. Like, you think there is a God, you just don't know which one. That's agnostic theism. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Okay, so agnostic
no, that makes sense.
atheism is that I'm not... you can't be sure. There's no way to know. There's no way to measure it. Okay? But I'm just as sure that there is Yahweh as I am that there's a flying spaghetti monster. I have no way of proving either. That's why I'm an agnostic atheist.
I have no way of proving either. I'm a big fan of Planck and his ideas. So.
Of what?
Of Planck, Max Planck. He was the
Max
quantum.
Planck? Planck?
Max Planck, yeah. Planck.
Planck.
Yes,
That's not a real
Max
name.
Planck.
You're fucking with me. That's not a real name.
No,
That's
it's a real
sound
name. You
effect.
can look him up. He invented quantum
Wow.
theory.
Wow. Okay. Planck. Got it. So Planck invented quantum theory, right?
Essentially, his
Okay.
Planck's constant is what allows us to do a lot of things. It gives us H bar, a lot of stuff we use in quantum theory. But we can
He
move
means
on because
Planck. You mean Planck?
no, Planck. It's Max
on.
Planck. Planck.
Hold on.
He's
Hold
German.
on.
He's German.
We have to hold on. We have to look this up. PL. What's his name? His full name?
Max Planck.
Max. Okay. However you pronounce that.
Planck.
Pronunciation. Let's take a look.
He's German, so I might be pronouncing his last name wrong, but it is spelled Max Planck.
Planck.
I'll be damned. Max Planck it is. Okay, you were right. Score one for you. Max Planck. All right, so Max Planck.
Oh, I won this debate.
You win. You win the grand prize, brother. Congratulations. Is there anything else you
Thank
want to
you.
talk about?
Well, okay. I thought you were more you firmly believed that there was no God, and there's no way to. But because you're like you have no way to prove it, then I can't. Because I also agree there is no way to prove God. I know there's some
Okay.
metaphysical concepts with quantum theory and stuff. You might attribute to the God of the Gap. I would say, let's say we only had part of the Mona Lisa, and we just found a second part of the Mona Lisa. It doesn't change
Why are you
its
assuming
beauty.
my
It's still
arguments?
just as beautiful.
You're arguing for
Well,
me.
I just assumed.
I never
I
said
just
God of the
assumed.
Gaps. You said that for me.
Well, I just assumed. My fault. My
Don't
fault, gang.
assume. What do they say about assuming? Come on.
Makes an ass out of me and you.
Yeah, they're out of you and Ming, right?
Yeah, I got
There
my
you go.
doctorate, dude. I had to hear professors say that shit all the time.
Okay, so don't assume then. Ask me what my belief is. Just, I'll be honest.
Do you
Okay.
believe that there is a possibility of God?
Possibility? Sure.
Yeah, then there's
Yes.
no real.
That's why I'm
No real
agnostic
argument there.
atheist. I am open to the possibility. I just haven't seen the
Yeah.
evidence.
That's why I don't believe there is any evidence to disprove or prove.
Okay,
any stuff.
then why do you expect me to believe? That's why I'm agnostic atheist.
Well, I'm not saying I'm expecting you to believe.
Okay.
That's
Then
why I
what are
didn't
you
want to
saying?
argue it.
Then what are you saying? You're a big fan of God and Christianity and religion, and are you trying to convince me? Are you what's the deal? What would you like to talk
I don't
about?
believe I can. I thought you were going to say, because when I stepped in here, from what I've been told about you, was that you firmly believe that there is no God. But now that you've told me that you're an agnostic atheist, there is nothing to argue here because I don't believe there's a way to argue God existence 100%.
Okay.
So that's why I want to move on from that.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
You know Trump's how he's been kind of hardline on science and stuff.
Hard
You know,
line
he's
on
been cutting a
science?
ton of funding. He's been cutting a lot of funding towards scientific research.
What's up?
Hold on one second.
You up to date with
Bass
that?
Johnson, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, you were saying that Trump is doing what with science? Funding it? Not
He's
funding
been
it?
cutting funding.
Cutting it.
You
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes. I'm loosely aware of it.
Yes. Loosely aware of it.
Don't know the
I
specifics,
do
but
think
yes.
there is some issues with it, but I do believe it has done some good for the scientific community.
Okay, what good has defunding the scientific community done for the scientific community?
Well, one of the big things is the over authorization of papers. You will see how my very first paper I was actually on was on a COVID research paper, and it had 15,000 people on it. Realistically, under these new guidelines, I would not be on that paper. I would still probably be in a doctorate program right now. You know, but I think that is a good thing, even though I have benefited from the laxness that the community has done.
So if I understand correctly, giving them less money has resulted in them not having
It's
like
not that
bloated
they-
paperwork?
It's not that they've been getting less money. He's been
Yes, it is. That's
more
what defunding
stringent
means.
on the paper.
I thought we agreed this was defunding, right?
Right now we're just trying to
you
find a
said
topic to
defunding.
debate
You said
on.
that. You said defunding, right?
I didn't mean to then. Yeah, I
Okay,
did say he's
start
been
over
more
then.
hardline on it.
Are they
Trump
or
has
are
been
they
more
not?
fine.
Hold on. Are they or are they not giving less money to these science people?
They are.
Okay, then they're defunding them, right?
Yes.
Okay, how does that help them? Please explain. When I have less money,
Because-
that's worse for me usually. So I'm confused.
Yes.
How does having less money help me at all? How could it?
Because when they're going in, when they're talking to doctors, people leading these research groups, they will, figure out what they're researching, who's on the paper, who's going to be on the paper.
So they're going
all
to
of
be
this
more
stuff.
motivated to do work like that with less money?
Well, they're going to be hardline on it. I don't think you
Why?
understand the
Why
process
would
of
they?
it. Because
When I make
they-
less money, do you know what I do? I work less. That makes sense, right?
I think right now you're assuming what I'm trying to say, dude. I
No,
thought I
I'm
thought we
listening
agreed
very
on-
intently and bringing you to the logical conclusion of your statements. That's what I'm doing, right? Have
You're
I said
defunding
anything
people.
wrong? Tell me what I said wrong.
Yes, you
Go
have.
on.
You're
Okay,
assuming,
what have I said wrong?
You're
Quote
assuming
me.
that my point is the money. You're assuming my point is the money. It's not the. It's
No,
not only
I
the money.
no point. Wait, if your point is not the money, why are we talking about it?
Because that's the big thing. That's what I thought you'd know about it. Because you said loosely. You only loosely know. Let's start over. Let's start
Okay,
on a better
sure.
foot. Let's
You
start on a-
start. Go.
let's start on a better
You
foot.
start. Go. Maybe
I
it's
am
me.
saying.
Go.
I am saying that Trump has been defunding these research groups,
Defunding.
and when they defund them, before they actually defund them, what's been happening is they send someone from I don't know, the Food and Drug thing, the FDA. They send someone from there, or they send someone from whoever. I finished my doctorate before any of this happened. I don't know who they send anymore, but they'll send someone. They'll interview the head researcher. They'll interview the PI or something. He'll
My
ask
brother in
who's on the
Christ.
paper, who's getting this.
My brother in Christ. Get to the point.
I'm trying
I
to.
forgot the
God,
subject
don't-
already.
don't
What's the
interrupt
point?
me.
What's your point? Get to the point.
That
Summarize.
it has been good for the scientific community, these harder guidelines Trump has put down.
So defunding was good for them, right?
The threat of defunding.
That's different. That's different. Do you recognize
you
that that's
interrupted me.
different?
There we go.
We were
Here's
talking
our order.
about defunding, not the threat of defunding. Which is it?
The
Pick
threat
one.
of defunding. There we go.
The threat of defunding.
The
Great.
threat of defunding.
Goalpost moved successfully. Now that we've done that, let's start over. The threat of defunding helps them, correct? That's your statement.
Yes.
How?
It's been better for the scientific community.
How? When somebody threatens to take money from me and force me to do something, I'm calling the police. Right?
Fair. Yes.
Okay. Then how is it good?
Because you want to know how I got on my first paper? Do you know how I got on my first paper? I was the fucking coffee boy.
What
I
on,
was the
God,
fucking
what on
coffee
God's
boy.
earth is the relevance of this, sir? What are you
Because I
babbling
would
about?
be on that paper.
What about the paper? What about the paper? Go on.
It was a COVID research paper. I was the fucking coffee boy. I had just graduated college. I had just joined a lab. And this was a large collaboration between hundreds of thousands of labs across the world. And realistically, if this was an actual paper under Trump's guidelines, there would have been like 60 or 70 people on the
okay.
paper, not 15,000.
Okay, so you were
All right.
there, right? You were there.
I was there.
You're one of
I
the
was there.
one of the guys, right?
Yeah.
You're one of the guys. So, you were one of the researchers that you are referring to, right?
Yes, I would not get
Perfect.
authorship under the current administration.
Let's explore this then. That's perfect. You are the perfect subject for this topic, okay? Let's explore that. So, you were one of the researchers. What motivated you to do that research? Break it down.
To get on the paper.
To get on the paper. For attention then, right? Essentially.
Essentially,
You
yeah.
want to, yeah.
Well, it would be to get
I'm
the
not saying that
doctorate.
condescending. I'm doing this for attention, right? We agree on that.
I think a better way would say to get my doctorate.
To get your doctorate. Okay, so you were doing this to get your doctorate, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is there any other reason you were doing it?
Realistically, no. I was a very selfish
Were you doing it
man.
for money? Were you being paid?
I was getting paid, but
Okay.
you don't make shit.
Okay, so I come in. I bust down the door. Alrighty, Mr. Large 2570, I'm holding you up. This is a stick up. If you don't work harder, I'm taking your money. So work harder. Make it better,
I don't
or
get
I'm
paid by
taking
the
your
US
money. What's your
I
response,
didn't get
sir?
paid by the U.S. government.
Huh?
That's not equivalent. I was getting paid by
You
the
didn't
lab,
get paid by the U.S.
not the U.S.
That's not
government.
the point. The point is, if I threaten to take your money, that's not good. That doesn't make you a better worker. Right?
I was the fucking coffee boy, dude.
You're not listening. It still wouldn't make you a better coffee worker, a better coffee boy, right? Threatening to take away somebody's livelihood does not make them better workers. Why on God's green earth would defunding a program make it better? And on what planet does that make sense? What are you on about?
Because my issue is with over authorship. There are more doctors now than there are in the history of percentage of doctors than there ever has been.
Okay.
And that's not good. That is
Okay.
not good because these people are getting their doctorates without having to put the work
So it's
in.
redundant.
That's the big issue.
It's redundant? It's redundant. You said over authorship. It's redundant. We don't need a bunch of this
Yes.
bullcrap, right?
It's bad. It's
Right?
bad. It's bad that we have a lot of people who claim that they're doctors when they didn't put any work into it.
Okay, so we can make it more efficient, right? We can cut off some of the fat.
Yes.
Makes it more efficient, right? It's
Trim the
redundant.
fat.
We
Trim the
cut
fat,
out
yeah.
redundancies, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, we cut out redundancies. How does taking money away from them make it better? We can cut out redundancies and give them the same amount of money, right? That would make it better.
Because
why would we give them less money as a result of cutting redundancies? What part of taking money away from them makes it better? Why take the money? Give them the same amount of money and cut the redundancies, right? Don't
because,
defund them. Don't
just
defund
because
them.
I tell you, just because I threaten you with something doesn't mean you'll actually do it. That's the big
All
issue.
I'm trying.
Realistically, you really think the U.S. government can send 50,000 people to do 50,000 reviews over those labs? You really think that they have the capability to do that? And then to look at each person, it's like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? And I just lie. What if they
Man.
find out?
Man,
Then
man,
what if they don't actually cut it? You
What's the
have, you
original
have to
point?
actually back up your threats.
what's
My
the original point?
issue that the threat of defunding of these labs has been a benefit to the scientific community because it has stopped over authorship. Because I
Okay.
know some motherfucker that was the last paper he
Okay.
needed to get his chemistry
Okay.
doctorate, you know? And then
Okay.
he's moving up in the world
Okay.
because of it. That's some
Okay.
bullshit.
Tell me under what instance threatening to take money from you will make you better at anything. Give me a for instance.
It's
just on a 1-to-1 level.
I'm threatening to take money from you. Threatening to
Sure.
take money from you.
Sure. Yes, you are threatening to take money from me if I don't do something for you. Does that make me a better worker?
I see what you're doing. I'm going to agree with you, but that is not a applicable situation here.
Why
I
not?
really don't.
Why ever not?
I really
You're
don't.
sa-
think-
That's what you're saying to do to an
'cause
entire
I still have to-
organization of
I
people.
still have to.
Not just
I
one,
still have
a
to-
lot. So
Yes.
what's wrong with doing it to one person? You want to do it to a lot of them, right? You want to defund an
Yes.
entire fucking organization, right? Or at least threaten it. That's good for them, right?
To stop over authorship. We are getting
You
these
can
people.
do that without
Yeah.
defunding them, right?
You have to have some sort of threat for it.
Oh my god. Oh my God! What
You
do you
really-
mean?
Do you really?
When
Do
is-
you really fucking think the U.S. government looks at all of my fucking papers? Do you really think the U.S. government did that shit? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I wonder who I when I sent my fucking S6 chemistry paper to get reviewed. Who do you think did it? Was it Trump? Was it the fucking administration that did
Man.
it? No, it's the ACS, the American Chemical Society.
Man,
that is
how
not a
many
part of
times-
the fucking government, dude.
How many times have I brought up my qualifications with you? Are you insecure?
Never.
Do you have an inferiority complex? Because that's a lot of qualifications. I understand you're a smart boy. Is that what you want?
I'm probably older than you, bro. Don't call me boy. That's fucking racist.
You're
dude.
a
I'm
smart.
black.
You're a
Fuck you.
smart, strapping old man. Then, a silver fox, right? How old are you? Do you care? I don't particularly care.
I'm 25.
25. Okay, I'm 29, Sonny. Sit the fuck down and let Gramps tell you how the world works. Because you don't fucking know because your parents didn't teach you. And now, some 29-year-old bald motherfucker on the internet has to explain very basic logic to you people. Okay? Christ. Is there anything else that you would like to talk about tonight, sir? I apologize for raising my voice.
What would you like to speak about?
I'd like to get to the next person if that's okay with you.
Okay. Okay. Let's think of something else to speak about then. Because I would like to speak with you.
Okay, I'll give you a few more minutes. Real quick. But you've been on for a minute. I think you've been on for about 20 minutes.
I've been on for 20 minutes? Damn.
About. Just about.
I didn't know. Time
Masugi's been
flies when
very
you're having
patient.
fun.
Masugi's been very patient. I just want to make sure we get to them. That's all.
Of course. Of course. Let me think. How do you feel about nuclear power?
I think it's great.
Actually, do you think Americans are stupid? Do you think Americans are stupid? How about that?
A lot of them in many ways, yes. I'm stupid too. You know, like, I don't always make the right decision. People are stupid.
What if I told you America publishes more scientific papers that are cited by others across the world than any other nation?
Okay, I mean, there could be a number of reasons for that. That doesn't necessarily mean that the majority of us are not stupid, right? Like, that
I'm
could
not
be a
saying the
small
majority
group
of us
people.
are stupid.
I'm not.
I'm just saying our best and brightest are better than the world's best and brightest.
Oh, I would be willing to buy that. Sure, yeah, that makes
Oh,
sense.
okay.
We're the richest nation on earth. So if you concentrate all that wealth into a small enough number of people and give them all of the best resources that they could ever want, then of course they'd be smart. I would hope. I would certainly.
But
hope,
even then,
wouldn't you?
even when we weren't funding the most R&D research, we still were producing the most. It's something more intrinsic than the monetary value, because we were having people in our fucking basement figuring shit out.
Okay. So I can fairly say that if you have more resources, you are more likely to turn out better adjusted and more intelligent, correct? You just learn more things as a result of staying in school and having the resources available to you to motivate you through school to learn, right?
I'd agree.
More resources. Okay, so going off of that, all I was saying was, I believe you. I don't have to look it up. It doesn't matter. I believe you. Like, I'm sure that America does have the best and brightest because we are the richest nation on earth. It just so happens that all of that... Hold on, I'm almost done. It just so happens that all of that wealth is concentrated into a very small number of people, elites, if you will, okay? And they get the best of the best, the cream of the crop, the king of the litter. I don't know. You got my point. So that being the case, you would think, you would hope, certainly, that they're the smartest and brightest of anybody. So that's why I said I believe you.
I think, well, even before we were funding all of this research towards these people, we were still producing the most. So it has to be a cultural sense. I would attribute to culture.
Cultural? Like,
Culture.
what about?
Yes.
What about American culture makes us produce the brightest and the best?
I
Why
do
is our
believe our
culture
school
superior?
system.
Our
I
school
think
system?
our school system is better than these European nations, these Asian nations. I do think
By what metrics, sir? I would love to know. I've heard contrary evidence. For one thing.
Well, again, even before we were pumping out all of this money towards all of these researchers, we were still having people sitting in their basement figuring shit out.
Sir,
You know?
by what metric is America smarter than other countries? Like how is our educational system better? That's what you
we
said,
we
right?
produce more cited papers than any other nation
Okay,
does.
so
And
you're
that was
judging this.
before we were pumping all this money towards it.
So just so I'm clear, you are judging the school system and how good it is off of how many cited papers are produced by the society. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why? Why?
Because our best and brightest are
stupid.
producing said papers.
That's stupid. You can be a genius and never write a single paper, right?
That's true. Yeah, you could.
Okay, then why the fuck would you measure it like that? Are you picking up what I'm putting down, man? I'm not trying to be an asshole. Just come on, let's logic our way through this. Why would you measure it like that?
Wouldn't you also then say that's the same for other nations as well, even when they were putting forth more money?
What's the same
towards
as other
scientific
nations?
research?
What's the same as other nations? What are you talking about?
This idea that people aren't going to publish even if they're geniuses?
I guess it is one metric you can use. I just don't think that it's sufficient. I think it's one piece of the puzzle. I'm sorry to ridicule you, but I just think it's a silly, like, it's the only metric you've given me. Are there any others? What others are there? I can give you plenty. I can give you plenty of metrics to the counter. What would it take for you to believe that America's actually not that bright? What piece of evidence would you like?
It's not America's not that bright, because I'd agree with you. Our dumbest are pretty dumb.
No,
but our
I'm
best
saying
and
on
brightest
average. On average.
I never said average. I never said average.
Then
I
what
said
are you
we
talking
produce
about, my
the
brother
best
in
and
Christ?
brightest.
What do you mean?
We're
talking about averages.
America produces the best and brightest. No, we're not. We never said that. I never
Then
said
what?
that.
Okay, if not country averages, then what do you mean? Whatever do you mean?
I said we produce the best and brightest. We produce the most of the best and brightest.
Based on
That's what I said. That's what I said. Because
on
of the published papers. Because even when we weren't putting the most money towards it, we were still producing more than everybody else. Let's say you had a $10 million tractor, right? A $10 million tractor, the best tractor you had. The best tractor the world has ever seen,
Okay.
right?
Sure. Okay.
And then I
Great
had
tractor. Love that thing.
a
My baby.
$50,000 tractor. A $50,000 tractor. A much cheaper tractor than yours. Right?
Ah, sucks for you. Hold this L. My tractor's bigger
does suck.
than yours.
Exactly. You would think that you'd be able to produce same soil. You know, the soil has the same amount of nutrients because we all are competing with the same scientific principles. I think we can both agree on that. The Chinese don't think 1 + 1 is 3, right?
My brother
I
in
think we can
Christ,
both agree on that.
please. Why? What do the Chinese have to do with this?
I'm just saying, like, because we're competing. The plot of soil I'm using for this analogy is general
Are
science.
the Chinese
that doesn't change?
Are the Chinese a vital part of this analogy?
I thought you would need it because it seems
Why?
you do.
Why? What does China have to do with it?
Because I'm making an analogy with because China is still producing papers like they're still studying the universe like we are. Do you think they're not?
Of course they are. There are plenty of scholars there.
Yeah.
What about it?
And we have better ones. We produce better ones.
Okay, based on what metric? What metric? Give me a metric. Papers. The number of papers. The raw.
Papers.
We haven't even considered the quality of the papers. What if they're dog shit? Have you considered
cited,
that?
They're not dog shit.
They might be. Who are they cited by?
Other research groups?
What if they suck too?
Do you know? Okay. I thought
Have you looked
did you go to
into
college?
this at all? Are they all?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you go to college?
My point is,
I'm being dead ass right now. Did you go to college? Did you go to college? Do you have a higher level of education?
Yeah, I do.
Have you had to read a textbook before?
Yes.
Did you have example problems on that textbook?
Example problems? Yeah.
Like they ask you a question. Yeah, where the fuck do you think they get those answers from? Do you think they just made that shit up when they were making textbooks?
No. No, I don't.
Exactly.
I think
they had to cite a fucking paper for it.
Okay. What if the
Yeah,
paper's
it's
dog
a
shit?
cite- a-
What if it's dog shit? Have you ever
Then it
read a
doesn't get
dog shit
published.
paper?
Then it
I
doesn't-
have.
it
It's
doesn't
called
get
the cast
published then. It
report.
doesn't get
It's called the
published.
cast report. What if it came from the cast report? The cast report is bogus. So if you're counting the cast report, I call bullshit. The raw number of papers that you have published as a society does not mean that you are smart. I reject that. Okay?
There's no fucking way you actually believe that. There's
Okay,
no
man.
fucking
Closing
way you actually-
statement.
you
Closing
actually-
statement.
There's no fucking way. I refuse to believe I'm speaking with a
Closing
dumbass
statement.
right now.
Masuki has been very patient. Closing statement. Go.
Closing
Floor is
statement.
yours.
America
Floor is
produces
yours.
the best. America produces the best and brightest. Because even when other nations were putting forth more money towards creating these papers, creating these scientific innovations, we were still producing more. We were still figuring shit out faster than they were. And then they proceed to cite ours. Because they know we're right. And we were doing it with less funding. We were doing it with shittier tractors. That's why
Well said,
that's
buddy.
why we're
Well
better than
said.
them.
Anything else?
Have a great night. Have a
You
great
as well, sir. You take care.
You too.
It's bad, dude. It's bad out there. I'm telling you guys, like, at this point, it's just funny. It's just funny. I like, what do you do with this? I feel like I'm being perfectly succinct and logical. Am I wrong? Like, how am I not getting my point across? I could have done shrooms instead. I don't know. Let's pull Masuki in. They've been waiting long enough. Let's make sure they're ready. Masuki! You are up. Are you ready? You've been very patient. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Masuki, welcome in.
Hello, can you hear me at all?
I can hear you at all. How are you doing?
I'm a little bit laggy, it's true. So if there's like any cutting out, I apologize for that, you know.
Okay, I think you're coming in well on my end, but we'll
If
see
it
how it
gets
goes.
too bad, please.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. I'll let you know.
Yeah, if
okay?
it gets too bad, please like let me know.
I will let you know. Cool. All right. How
Okay,
we doing?
so
What
I've
do-
got this
Mhm.
topic. It's a little bit spicy, right?
Ooh. Okay. I'm all ears.
But first of all, before we get into that, how was your night? How have you been doing today?
I appreciate the question. I've been doing pretty good. I went and spent some time with family. Went to the pumpkin patch. There was a maze, but it was like 2 miles, so we didn't do it. Yeah, it was a nice day. And then we came home and I did some TikTok debates.
That's
because
awesome,
I'm
man.
Weird. Yeah, and now
Like-
I'm here doing debates, which is fun. So
Yeah, that's awesome. I gotta just say, I got a lot of respect for you doing these debates. Just even waiting in the waiting room, like I'm already scared, and you've been doing this for the past 2 hours.
thank you. I appreciate it. There's no reason to be scared.
Anyway, let's
Go
get
ahead.
into this.
Sure.
Let's get into this.
Okay,
So
let's get into
I'm
it.
on the edge here of this topic. I'm not really sure about it. I wanted to ask you, is authoritarianism bad?
Let's define it. So authoritarianism, as I understand it, is the absolute control of one or a small group of people over another larger group of people. Presumably larger. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be, I guess, but it's domination of one group over another. An in-group versus an out-group, correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's correct by my
Okay.
definition.
Okay. So the question, what was the question about authoritarianism specifically? Why is it bad?
Yeah. Why is it bad?
Because I don't personally want to be controlled by somebody else.
Is it then?
Huh? Yes, it is. I don't want to be ruled by an authoritarian. Therefore, I think authoritarianism is bad. Because I don't want it for myself.
What if it's in a tour like an authoritarian that you agree with?
Okay, I would, if I agree with them, then they're not an authoritarian.
But like other people don't agree with them. And it's like one person in power.
Why would I agree with an authoritarian? For what reason?
Oh, maybe you agree economically.
Okay, but they're still forcing people to do things against their will, right? Like they're putting down an iron fist and saying, "I am taking away your freedoms." That's what an authoritarian does, right? Right?
Like they take away freedom of speech.
That's part of it, yes. And I'm against that. So if you're an authoritarian, I disagree with you fundamentally. I don't agree with any authoritarian ever.
Huh. Okay.
It's against my principles. You don't force people to do things against their will for no reason.
Why?
Because I don't want that to happen to me. I like having freedom. I think everybody should enjoy freedom just like me.
Okay. So is what's a better form of government?
A better form of government? Than what? Than authoritarianism?
Yeah.
Many? Democracy? Socialism? I want
Okay.
I want a democracy.
Why is that better?
I want a democracy. I want rule of the people.
What if the dictator is like elected, like democratically elected, but
Then
then
they're not
they
a dictator.
like remain in power until death?
Is that what the people wanted? Is that what they voted for?
Yeah, what if they
Okay.
voted for that?
If they voted for that, then that's fine. It's not a dictator. The lifelong president is not a dictator. Right?
Really?
What do you think a dictator is?
Well, I'm not sure actually.
Then
I
why are you
imagine that a
using the
dictator
word?
is somebody
Why are you
like
using
like
words?
a kind of like a tyrant.
Hold on. The lag is bad. Is there any way you can fix it? There's like a 3-second delay.
I I don't know how I would fix it.
Are you on your phone or a computer?
I'm on a computer, but I mean,
Okay.
I
Try
can't
your
really change the internet.
Can you try 5G on your phone?
Not really. I'm not logged in on Discord.
Oh, Okay, can you download it? I know I'm asking a lot, but this is a bad delay. I'm just trying to figure out a solution.
Okay, I'm sorry. We can talk later.
Okay, just let me know when you fix the problem, okay? No hard feelings.
Okay. Yeah, have a
All
good
right.
night, man.
You as well. Take care. Yeah, not logged into Discord on your phone. What the fuck? It was 100% a voice changer? Dude, there was a delay. There's a delay. The only reason I told them that I can't continue. All right, last call. I'm going to give you guys until the top of the hour, 12 a.m. Top of the hour. All right? To get in the waiting room. If there's anybody else who wants to say anything else to me or talk about things that they disagree with me on, now's your chance. Exclamation debate. You get in the Discord server, and then you go into the waiting room. All right, we have a taker. I'm going to run to the bathroom again real quick. I will be right back, and then we will get TossDZ into the stream chat. Just a minute. I return. What's next, Rickroll? I mean, if I weren't gonna get copyright strike, sure. I like Coconut Mall. I think it's a good song. I also think that Never Gonna Give You Up is a good song. I know it's a meme, but it's a good song. I think it's groovy. Alright, moving on. We have 2 more now. Let's see if we can get through both. We'll see how I'm feeling. Right now, I feel like bringing in Toasty Z. Toasty Z, are you ready? Alright, let's do this thing. Toasty Z, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Introduce yourself to the class.
Yes. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
I guess politically, I would somewhat define myself, like vaguely define myself as like a third positionist, probably leaning more towards something like futurism, or perhaps national syndicalism.
Whatever does that
I'm
mean?
also a Muslim, right? So like my religious and spiritual ideas have also influenced my political views. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Is that all you want to say?
Yeah. From what I gather, you're like a leftist, right?
That is correct. That's a
All
fair
right.
assertion, yes.
A fair assertion. You're not like some groiper or anything like that.
No. I would not
No.
describe
Oh.
myself in such a manner, no.
Well, what type of leftist are you? Are you like, would you
What
consider
type?
yourself like a libertarian leftist or something like that?
That's fair. Libertarian leftist, sure.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm trying to think of something that we could talk about. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just let you take the
That's what
floor.
you were in the waiting room for, though.
Oh, figuring out something that. Okay, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you were in the waiting room for a reason. What did you want to come up to say? What would you like to talk about now?
Okay. Well, I guess we could talk about, the idea of fascism,
Sure.
third positionism, right?
Sure. Fascism, okay. What is fascism, third positionism? I don't know what that is.
Okay, all right. Well, the third positionist ideology would it's essentially a third position, right? If you define liberalism as the first position, Marxism as the second position, fascism or third positionist ideology defines itself as an alternative to both capitalism and Marxism, and it in favor of something such as A. James Gregor, the academic, would describe it, proletarian nationalism, right?
Okay,
That's
so
neither Marxist nor capitalist.
So first position is capitalist. Second
Liberal
position is
capitalism, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Second position is Marxist. Third position is fascist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go on. I think I'm following.
Yeah. So the general idea of third positionism is the ability for the nation, right, to like properly express itself, right, and for the nation, whatever nation you're advocating this for, right, to like properly pursue its ideals, right, and the belief is that every nation
What ideals?
has kind of this.
What
It
ideals?
depends on the nation, right? It's
It
unique
depends?
for each nation.
What
Yeah.
ideals are good for the United States that aren't good for like Mexico?
Well, it can depend on the specific nation, right? And
Give
we
me
can
an
get
example.
into
Give me
that.
for instance. What ideals for America work for America and not for Mexico? Give me like one.
Yeah. Sure. I would say that the American ideal, right? And I guess this depends on how you define Americanism, right?
Okay.
I would say that the American culture, the American ideal, it's still forming, right? I would take influence from the thinker Spengler, right, where he argued that America itself wasn't actually able to express its ideas. The American nation was undergoing cultural suppression by the Western European ideals, which is Faustianism, right? And the Western European
My
Faustian
brother in
ideals
Christ.
is
My brother in Christ. Sir. What ideal works for America that doesn't work for Mexico? Give me one.
Well, I don't know if I can properly answer that question. I'm not really familiar with Mexican culture
Then
or anything.
Then how? If you can't even give me an example, how do you know this then? What's your evidence?
What's my evidence?
Yes. What ideals work
Okay.
for one country that don't work for another? Give me one.
Sure.
I
Okay,
asked
well,
for
look,
one.
different I'm explaining. Like,
You're
I
not
mean, do you want me
explaining
to, like,
very well. I asked for an example. Is
you're
that
not-
a
I am
hard
ex-
ask?
you're not-
Is
okay,
that
can you,
unfair
like,
of me
you-
to ask? Was that an unfair
Sure,
question?
I'm getting okay.
Was it?
I mean, I mean, I don't know. You know,
What do
like,
you
I
mean
don't
you
know if
don't
the
know?
question
Was it
fair or
unfair or
unfair,
wasn't
but-
it? If it
I
was
mean, the
unfair,
fact that
tell
you're not
me.
letting me explain. You're not letting
Okay,
me talk.
just
like,
say
yeah,
that it was not a fair question. I retract the question. It wasn't fair,
okay.
right?
No, I mean, I can. Sure. I mean, like with a lot of these things, right? It's hard to like gauge because these are.
Are
like,
you
living
refusing the
ideas, right? They're
question?
fluid.
Do you refuse the question?
I can explain if you give me some time to explain.
So you are
I can
explaining the
explain if you give me
question.
some
Okay,
time to-
you're answering the question
Okay,
now.
sure.
Go. Go.
Sure. Yes. Right. So, for America, right? I think American culture, right, to put it short, is based on a sort of progressivism. It's based on this idea of like individuality and individual freedom, right? The expression of the individual above other things, right? You could vaguely define American culture as that. Other
Progressivism
cultures,
Hold on. Progressivism or individualism?
I
Which
would
one are
say
we going-
individualism over progressivism,
Okay,
but
so
there is an aspect
so
of
individualism
progressivism in
works
there.
for America and it doesn't work for Mexico, correct?
I don't know much about Mexican culture, but I would say individualism
Then why
wouldn't
did you
work
bring
for-
it up?
Okay. You
Why?
Are the one who
Why
brought
ever
up
so?
Mexico.
Why
You're
would
the
you
one
do
who
such a
brought up
thing?
Mexico.
I
Why
asked
are you
for a
yelling at me?
difference.
I'm just.
What's
okay,
the difference?
Can I?
That's my
okay,
question.
Can you let?
Go on.
I don't know much. I can't
I'm
answer
all
the
ears.
question in reference to the U.S. versus Mexico because I don't know much about Mexican.
Then
right?
Why are you not telling me that in the first fucking place? Do you know the United
Well,
States
okay.
well? Okay, hold on.
Yes, I
this
live
is my
in the
fault.
US. Okay,
This is my
I
fault.
can explain to you.
Hold on. Let me apologize. This is my fault. Let me ask you a preliminary question. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Which two countries are you well familiar with? Give me two.
Okay, we can compare America and the Middle East as a
Middle
whole,
East.
right? Islamic.
Give
the
me one
Islamic
country in the
world,
Middle
yes.
East. One country. You didn't even need to. America and the Middle East. Perfect. What works for America that doesn't work for the Middle East? One thing. Go.
I would argue the American ideals of, for example, this emphasis on individualism, right,
Okay.
within the U.S.,
Okay.
right, that wouldn't
Good.
work well for the Middle East. Yes.
Okay, so an emphasis on individualism works well for America and does not work well for the people in the Middle East, correct?
Yes.
Why?
Because the culture and like the cultural attitudes within the Middle East are more geared towards a collectivist society, right? That's the short answer. I can
Which
go
one's
in depth
better?
if you want.
Which one's better?
Neither of them are better or worse. They both
Okay,
have their
then
own
why can I
individual
not
benefits.
argue? Then why can I not argue? Okay, so this is the difference then, right? Certain American values, so certain values work for America that don't work for the Middle East. One of those is individualism. That's your point, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm getting tired. I'm trying to remember where I was tying this back to. God damn it.
And if I could get a chance to say something,
Sure.
I don't think that either one of these values in and of themselves are bad. However, I would say that whenever you impose a certain value onto a culture or a group of people
Okay.
that don't share in that value, then that can have a harmful effect.
Okay, let me ask you this. Which society would you rather live in? An individualistic society or a collectivist society?
Me personally, I'm fine living in either. I've lived in America for a
don't
while,
care?
right? But I would be fine living in the Middle East. I
Okay,
think
you
that
don't
there's
care.
a lot of benefits to collectivist society. But
Okay.
me personally, I can make do in whatever system.
Okay, so why then does this difference matter so much? If you would not
Well-
mind living in either, why does it matter? What's the
I think
point?
it matters too. I think it matters too, for example, people in the Middle East who have undergone, like colonialism and other such things. right? Where they're not able to properly express their culture. The U.S., the Western European civilization, it has gone in there to force liberalism onto the society. And you could make a point about capitalism doing the same thing. I'm not a fan of capitalism, but my point is that whenever you try to force one culture onto another, right, and suppress the cultural expression of a group of people, that's inherently bad, and it leads to like negative
I
effects
disagree.
for the most part.
I disagree. I think that there are some aspects of some cultures that are just bad, that we should exterminate. I do. I think that there are certain ideals that are bad. American culture, for instance. I think that the American gun culture is bad. Maybe not exterminate the gun culture, but at least modify it. I hope we can agree. I mean, Charlie Kirk just happened. That's because of gun culture. So, like...
So, I mean, when it comes to cultures, right? Like you could argue that like the culture can change over time, or you can add or take away something from a culture without changing like the core ideals or the core motifs of the culture, right? I would say that that's different from another power coming in there and like forcing people to like completely change their belief systems or their cultural values and live according to a different type of culture.
But
do you
listen,
understand what I'm saying?
Listen, I do, but do you agree that sometimes a certain culture produces a bad outcome as a result of its traditions?
I wouldn't say that like it's the result of like the core ideals of the culture, but you could argue that there's certain practices
what
within
if the
a culture
core
that are bad.
What if the core ideal is human sacrifice?
Which culture's core ideal is human sacrifice?
There were a couple. Not many, but there were there. There were plenty of cultures that committed human sacrifice to please their gods. Is that bad? I think it is.
I don't think... Yeah, I would say that human sacrifice is bad, but I don't know if we can
so
argue
we
that
agree
if that's
that the
core
cultural
motif
practice of
culture.
human sacrifice is bad, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so sometimes culture produces bad outcomes. We can point that out and say that is a bad part of that culture, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's my only point.
Okay.
So sometimes, yes, certain parts of certain cultures are just inherently bad. They lead to bad outcomes. That makes them bad. Christian culture certainly has that. Christian culture leads to very, very bad outcomes. Very bad.
Yeah. Well, I would kind of agree with that, right? In the sense that I would say that like the current predicament that we're in right now is actually a result of Christian culture. Right? Specifically Western Christian culture and the Christian philosophy that they had in Western Europe. Like I would argue that it's led to the development of, this neoliberal capitalistic, like techno capital.
Okay. So you agree with me then that sometimes cultures just are bad. Like usually not as a whole, but certain significant parts of them can be bad, right?
I would say that various aspects of cultures can be bad, and that cultures are allowed to change over time.
We can critique culture. We can critique certain aspects of certain cultures. Okay, great. We're on the same page. Now go on.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, but that's like the core idea of fascism, right? That like the culture with that every nation has the right to self-expression, right? That every nation itself is this sort of collective like living being instilled with this spirit, right? And like each nation has this right to self-determination, right? That's like the philosophical ideological aspect of it, right? And I think like in that aspect, right, we could agree, right? Granted it is somewhat vague, but then if you want to get into the more like political side, right, in reference to like specific policies, right, economic policies or like cultural policies, we can get into that if you would like.
Let me ask you a simple question. You have a neighbor. Your neighbor is Mormon. Okay? They have 3 kids. You regularly hear screams coming from these 3 kids from the house. Right? A loud smack followed by a scream. Happens all the time. Would you agree that that's probably part of Mormon culture?
Probably part of Mormon culture. I mean, I guess it would depend on the guy, but like in general, I wouldn't jump to that assumption, right? Like I would probably think the guys
They're
like
very strong Mormons. They discipline their children harshly, even in public. Do
even
you
in
think that
So I would
exists?
see the dude like just smacking his kids in public.
Possibly. Maybe not
And
so
also-
hard, but, you know, there are signs. Okay, first of all, do you think that this is a thing that exists? At all? Ever?
Like this specific case, I mean, yeah, it
Okay,
has
so
the
then-
potential to exist. I mean, yeah.
Then can we agree that it was influenced, at least, by Mormon culture, probably?
Influenced by I mean, like
Do you think
honestly,
that
I'm
Mormon
not sure.
culture could allow for that? How about that?
Could allow for that. Well, there's a difference between the culture creating space for that versus the culture actively enforcing that. I could
If the-
say I could agree that like the culture creates a space for that. to
Okay, so
happen.
then
And
we
there's two-
agree.
yeah.
We agree that somebody who's Mormon is probably more likely to hit their kids than somebody who's not, right?
Okay, I think that's like a big jump, right? You could say that
What do
like
you mean? We
any
just agreed on
culture
that.
or-
We just
Well,
agreed on that.
I
Still-
didn't.
You
okay.
agreed that if you're Mormon, you could have a higher likelihood of hitting your kids, right?
No, I didn't agree to that. I agreed
Why not?
to the idea that Mormon culture specifically could create the space
Yes.
that allows for
leading
that.
to more people doing it, right? Because they're allowed with no
But
consequences.
it's
right.
Sure, but it's not in like it's
What's
not
the
in reference
disconnect?
to like other cultures.
Yes, the answer is
Well,
yes.
I
More people
think-
do it.
Okay.
You just said they have the space
More people
to.
do it as if they were Mormon as opposed to if they
Do you
were
think
like
fewer
some other
people? Okay,
form
do
of
you think
Christianity,
fewer people
right?
would do it? Do you think fewer people would do it?
Well, I think that like compared to like other cultures, right, that also create that space, it would be equal, right? It would be equal, or it
Okay.
would be based on like
Okay.
other.
Pick a culture that you think is less likely to have their parents hit their children than Mormons. Pick one. Just pick one for comparison's sake.
You know, I could actually say like liberal progressive culture. We could
Sure,
just compare
liberal
it to, like, the-
progressivism.
yeah.
So you agree that a liberal progressive culture is less likely to lead to children being abused than Mormon culture, correct?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so that makes
specifically in the
progressive.
realm of hitting, right?
That makes
But-
makes progressive liberal culture superior in that regard, right?
in that specific regard, sure.
Okay.
But also, like, what if the kid was just really
Okay,
annoying?
so if
Like,
they're
what
equal,
if, like,
if they're equal across everything else is completely equal between Mormon culture and progressive liberal culture, except that one thing where progressive liberal culture is better, right? That makes progressive liberal culture the better culture, right?
if everything else
Yes.
is even and that's like
yes,
the one
Alec
thing,
Gunter,
then
that
sure.
makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. The maths, right?
But
What's
I mean,
the
where are
disconnect?
you going with this? Where you're going? I mean, I'm just trying to understand where you're going with this. Like, are you just trying to say that liberal culture is better than Mormon culture, or like,
What I'm trying to say is that all I was trying to say is that there are aspects of culture that you can critique. That's it.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I'm not disagreeing with you
certain
on that.
cultures produce bad outcomes. That's it. You said
Okay.
otherwise.
What did I say that was other? I mean, if I said something that went otherwise, right?
You
if
said that we
implied
can't
that you
critique
couldn't-
cultures.
I
you
never
said we
said
can't-
no, okay. If that's what I came off as like implying, right?
Okay.
Then I apologize.
So you're
for
not
that. That's
implying
not
that.
what
I can
meant to
critique
imply.
other cultures. I can?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
you can critique.
Perfect.
Yeah,
We agree. Okay, great.
yeah. My biggest point, right, in regards to this whole topic about culture is like I don't think that it's justified. Right, the repression of other cultures is justified. Right? Would you agree with that? Right, that you shouldn't be allowed
Certain
to
aspects
in-
should be repressed. We agree.
Okay, but in general, right? We're talking about like, do you think it's fair for, like, for example, the U.S. or like a Western country to send the military to the
Okay,
Middle
man.
East and like enforce, like liberal ideals on
Listen,
the Middle East?
Listen, I
Like,
don't
do you
think.
agree with that?
One more time. Sorry.
Would you say that it's a good thing to repress, for example, like Islam in the Middle East or Islamic culture in the Middle East?
Certain
via, like,
aspects of it,
sending-
yes.
via
Certain
sending,
aspects of it,
soldiers in there?
yes.
But what about
think
the
that
entirety of the culture, right? Or
No!
what about like the?
Not the entirety.
Oh.
There are some things about Muslim culture
Okay.
that are fine, and there are some things that are very much not. I think that forcing women to wear a hijab is bad. If they want to wear it, they should be allowed. Okay? That's if they want to wear it voluntarily, they should be allowed, obviously. I think the forcing of it that some of them do is bad. So I think
Okay.
that certain aspects should be repressed. Yes.
Well, I don't think that we should right like I guess this would kind of segue into a different conversation if you want to talk about things like the hijab or like specifics of even liberal culture. But like I think it is completely fine. And like if you're part of a culture, right, you should critique your culture, right? To like improve
If I'm not
it, right?
part
And
of it,
there's
can
a
I
lot of
critique it?
aspects.
Wait. You said I can critique culture. Right?
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but yeah, I
Okay,
think
so
it's
then
a
I'm,
good thing to
I'm
critique
critiquing
culture.
I'm critiquing Islamic culture.
Sure, and I think look, everyone is in their right to like critique like what they want to critique, right? Like I don't think there should
Great.
be like you should, yeah.
Great.
But there's also like negative aspects about liberal culture, which you may agree with
I
as a
didn't say
leftist,
there's
right?
not.
Like, no, and I'm not saying that you didn't say it, but I'm like, I'm trying to like, uh, continue on the conversation. Right, like,
There's
so
negative aspects
as
of
someone,
socialist culture. Socialists are annoying pieces of shit sometimes.
yeah,
I hate a
please
lot
don't
of
be
them.
like one of
A lot of them are very annoying.
like the ultras that like sit on their chair all day and like they read Marx.
Yeah, they have some good opinions, but then they're just like, do it for me. I throw my hands up and give up. I have
Look,
no
it-
actual purpose here. I'm just here to bitch and complain. But I also like think that healthcare should be free, mostly because it'll help me. That kind of
Yeah.
socialist irritates me. Yeah, sure, they have the right opinions, but like to what end? Like they're not doing shit about it. So like, shut the fuck up. You're just annoying. You're just irritating.
Yeah,
people.
I've
Yeah, that
encountered a
aspect
lot
of
of
socialist
these
culture, I think,
ultras.
is
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah.
I'm
And,
self-critiquing.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. And like, look, I actually do want to touch on liberal culture now that we were kind of like in this sphere, right? I do think that liberal culture, and you could blame a lot of this on capitalism, right? But like one negative outcome of this hyper individualism is this sort of alienation that's taking place within society, right? Where you have like individuals, like there's like this loneliness epidemic that's spreading, right? Like a lot of people talk about male loneliness, but it just seems like nowadays most people are extremely alone. You have mental health disorders skyrocketing.
brother
You
in
have all of
Christ.
these horrible mental issues, and you could blame this on capitalism, you could blame this on liberalism, right? And this is like a critique of individualist culture. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Individualist culture. Sorry, I didn't see where you're going at first. That's why I said that. But individualist culture is more likely to lead to isolation. I think that's a fair critique. Yeah. So we can
Yeah.
critique each other's cultures. That's fine.
Yeah.
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 We're on the same page. We're
well,
good.
yeah. Well, if
Anything
you
else?
like so, yeah, I guess on the topic of things that we would probably disagree
Okay, just
with,
real quick.
I think that
It's been a little over 20 minutes. Jack the Bomb
20
has been
minutes?
very patient. I want to make sure I get to them.
okay. Sure. I mean, I'm fine getting off now, but I also like I did want to like get into some more contentious stuff, right? Like if you want to talk about fascist economic policies, right? That's another thing that I would say that I'm decently well versed in, right? Like the economic ideas of corporatism or like national syndicalism. If you want to touch on that, we can.
Perhaps
you're
another
fine with
time. If you would like to DM me, we can set something up. Okay.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it was decent talking to you. I just, you yelling at me, I don't know, it made me like feel some type
I'm
of
sorry.
way.
I didn't mean.
That's
I didn't
okay.
mean to yell at you. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Like, are you
All
really,
right.
really sorry? Like, are you like?
Of course. I would
Okay.
never want to hurt your feelings. Never.
Okay, that's good.
It would never cross
Ben
my
Shapiro,
mind.
Ben Shapiro says facts don't care about my feelings, but I hope that you care about my feelings.
Of course. Your feelings are very
course.
precious to me, okay?
That's good. That's good.
Okay. You have yourself a wonderful night, okay, Toasty?
You too.
All right, take care. What a nice young man. All right. Brief break. I'll let Jack the Bomb know that I see them. I'll be right back.
Fueling stations here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I know we'll need a key to get inside. That's our only way to find it. So let's go. Everybody flow with me. This is your boy Knuckles, and this is Aquatic Mind. Come on, y'all. Let's take a dive in Aquatic Mind. Once was a cold pit, but now it's a water ride. Makes you wanna sit back, enjoy the life, and do things you like doing, get to shine. It's your beats fighting with the foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. I stay knuckled up, I'm in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna cut me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. I'm in narrow hallways, running like it's a ball game. Hand tracks be tracking me to different doorways. In a maze, and I don't know what to do. Guaranteed though, I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me Knuckles for nothing, I get loose. Sure beats fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box.
All right. Thank you all for your patience. We're back. All right. I think this will be the last one for the night. Jack the Bomb. I think this will be the last one for real. It is getting late, and I am sleepy. Alrighty, Jack the Bomb. How are you?
Doing good yourself?
Doing all right, thank you. What's on your mind?
I was actually curious what your thoughts and views are on pronouns. I know that we have our traditional he, him, she, her, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on the use of they, them in everyday settings.
I use they, them all the time.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that by doing so, it may be doing more harm than good?
However so.
Let's say for a work environment, you have a new employee that comes in and the person's name is Sarah. And you have everybody bombarding that person with, what are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? Oh, they, them, they, them. Would you see a perspective where that could inflict harm on that person?
On the person identifying as they, them?
Or no, I mean, you don't know that they identify with they, them.
You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
Then where does they, them come into this equation?
So I'm speaking from experience that my latest employer. The harm is that in order to respect one's pronouns, you have to misgender them first.
I disagree wholeheartedly. Whatever do you mean?
Okay, so let's say you have a company with 1,000 employees, right?
Okay.
You want to respect all 1,000 people's pronouns, but you don't have a list of what their pronouns are. How do you do that?
You have a list of names?
Yes.
Okay. Why not a list of pronouns?
Well, they're not requiring that.
Okay, maybe they should. They require the names, right?
Yeah, but they say that.
Okay.
Well,
then
the
maybe
company
they should also require the pronouns. Why not? We made a list of names. Make a list of pronouns.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But that's not how it.
And usually it'll be like one of three: he, him, she, her, they, them. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Then what's the problem? There are way more names than pronouns, but you still use those. What's the complication here?
The complication is that
set of
many
pronouns? What is one extra set of pronouns? What's the problem?
The problem is how you default to them, right? So if I meet someone,
let me ask you this: what pronoun do you default to if you're talking about somebody whose gender you do not know?
I look for context clues.
Context clues. If I just say I saw my friend at the store, and you don't know what gender my friend is, okay? And you're trying to refer to my friend without knowing their gender, what pronoun will you use?
I will use they, them if I do not see the person,
so then
know the person's name, right?
So then you use they, them pronouns in a singular fashion, don't you?
Yeah, that I have no problem
Okay, then
with.
what's the... Okay, what are you harming anybody by doing that?
No, what?
Okay,
well,
then what's the problem?
What I'm suggesting is, let's say you have a trans person who doesn't want to constantly have to answer and say, well, my pronouns are this, my pronouns are this.
Okay.
So
they can wear a label. They can wear a name tag.
Yeah.
I've seen people, there's literally a person at the gas station that I go to almost every day who works there, and they wear a name tag that says they, them on it. If it's that important to them, they can do that. That's a good solution, right?
I agree.
Okay,
but now
great.
put yourself
So then if you see somebody whose pronouns are they, them on their name tag, what pronouns will you use to refer to them when you're not around them?
They, them.
Great. We're on the same page. What's the harm?
Yes. The harm
Get to the
is
harm.
when they, them is used for binary trans people and cisgender people. So think about it, right? For me, I'm a trans person. I transitioned from male to female, and I did so that the world could recognize me as a woman, right?
Okay.
So if I go, because corporations want to be more accepting of non-binary, what they have done is that they have instructed IT staff and all that to always default as they them. So if I go to work, if I don't
What's wrong with
put
that?
in the effort to ask people to use she her, then I never get she her. I get degendered.
They don't,
essentially.
but they don't know for sure. They're trying to respect people. Did they ask you?
Yeah, they asked.
Does it
what,
matter that
5,
much
6
to you?
times in a single day?
Does it matter that much to you? Does it? It's okay if it does. Okay, great. Then just correct them. Just say it's she, her. Then they start using it, right?
No. So
what do you
that's
mean
the
no?
other.
Then they're misgendering you. That's
Yes,
the problem,
I agree.
right? They're misgendering you. Okay, then you have a
Yes.
legitimate problem. They should stop misgendering you. You already told them your pronoun preferences because they misgendered you once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're in
But people
agreement.
think that using they them for everyone as a universal is not
It should be.
misgendering
Yes,
people.
yes. What's the problem? It should be. If you're not sure, especially, okay, listen. If you are clearly trying to present feminine, I'm probably going to refer to you with she, her pronouns, right?
But HR is telling you not to. HR is saying
Okay,
it
then I'm
doesn't
not
matter
going
if
to.
the person looks like a woman or
Okay,
not. They're
okay,
telling
then
you that you have to use they them unless you're told otherwise.
Okay. I'll get fired if I don't.
Well, they definitely reprimand for that.
Like how? What's the punishment?
Well, you get written up.
You get written up? What does that do to me? Does my pay decrease?
Well, you get
Is
fired.
it like a strike one towards firing? What's the actual consequence of misgendering?
Well, the consequence that the consequence from a corporation standpoint is that they would fire you because you are disrespecting people.
Okay, so I would get fired for misgendering, right?
Yes.
Then why on God's earth would I misgender? So I get fired if I don't say they them for everybody, right?
Yes.
Then I'll do it.
Because
Who
the guidance
cares?
is that
Who
you
cares?
need
Then
to
I'll
know
do
what
it.
they
It's
are.
company policy. It's company policy. What's the problem?
And that's where I go back to if it
Don't work for them
in
then.
an
Go
effort
work
to
for somebody who
respect.
then go work for somebody who doesn't have that company policy, right? So what?
I'm seeing it more and more frequently though.
Okay. Don't go to
So
work
instead of
then. I don't know what to
advising
tell you.
people to like the looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, acts like a duck,
If
it's a
it's
duck.
that
instead of
traumatizing,
giving-
then just don't work. Apply for disability, okay? I don't know what to tell you, my friend. So what? Just use they them until they correct you. Who cares? That's kind of proper anyway. What if I identified as they them?
I would respect you with they them.
Okay. Then why is it not
What
okay
I'm saying
to
is
just-
that the
What-
point of
but-
entry is that we are saying that everyone is non-binary unless proven otherwise, which then puts
That's
people who are
literally-
binary at a
that is-
disadvantage.
Okay, then what should we assume? Off the bat.
We should use educated guesses
Educated guesses based on what? Go on.
on the typical presentation of one's
Typical
gender.
presentation. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a butch lesbian enters the facility. What pronouns?
I use they them
Why ever so? It looks like a man, doesn't it?
because
Butch
I
lesbian.
can't easily put someone in a box. But if
no.
you have someone that shows up
Then
in a
that's
flowing
why.
dress and
That's
Yeah.
why it's company policy. Right? You get it.
yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
saying that, but it
Then-
goes one step beyond because it's not encouraging people to use educated guesses. It's telling everyone that it doesn't matter what they look like or anything. You have to use they them,
Does it?
which then that's what a lot of places do. Yeah,
I don't understand the problem. What?
but
Why?
but that guidance is
Why are
coming
you
from
so
places
mad
like
about?
GLAAD.
But why are you so mad about it? You're gonna get fired if you don't. Just do it. What's the problem?
Well, the problem is it defeats the entire point of transitioning.
I disagree. If I'm talking about you in the third person, I say they them, and you hear about it, what's your response?
Mm-hmm. Usually, I don't really care, but if someone
Okay, you don't
if
care.
a
So then
one-on-one
you're fine with they them
conversation-
pronouns. You're fine with they them pronouns, right?
Yes, but
Okay,
not
then
being
what's
used.
the problem? Then you're not being misgendered. Hello? You're fine with they, them pronouns, right?
Well, not for me. I don't want to be.
What do you mean not for
like-
you? That's what I... Okay, just...
Yes, we do use singular they in certain sentence structures
Okay,
when
do you-
referring
do you
to a single
prefer-
person.
Can I call you ma'am? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, ma'am. Please, explain to me. If you are okay with people referring to you with they, them pronouns, how is it not fair to say that they, them are two of the pronouns that you are okay with? You go by they, them sometimes. It's fine. Right?
It's in English speech. You know,
What do you-
we tend to
I
use.
know what English is. I know they're English words. Thank you. Are your pronouns they, them, or not?
No.
Can I use them when referring to you in the third person, ma'am?
It depends.
On what? Please.
So let's say you're my coworker, right? I've been
Okay.
working with you for 2 years. I have told you that I go by she, her. And then one day you
Okay,
go and you
then-
talk to another coworker and you say, okay, they, them in reference to me.
Then your pronouns aren't they, them, right? I won't call
yes,
you
they're
that
not.
in the third person, right? Right?
Right.
That would be misgendering you.
Yes, but that's what I'm
Okay!
trying
We
to
got
say.
to it. Good job, team. Your pronouns are not they, them. They're she, her. Got it. So if somebody calls you they, them, I'll correct them. Because those aren't your pronouns, ma'am. Is that fair?
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay! We're on the same page, team. Good job. We did it. Now, what's the problem?
Now multiply it by 1,000 times.
Okay,
because
sure.
what I'm saying is it's a current problem where because our systems are not designed in a way to allow people to write down what their pronouns are, people can't remember everybody's pronouns if everybody goes by different pronouns.
How do you remember
So
people's
usually-
names? How do you remember people's names? How do you remember?
Name
Do you have a
badges.
system? I forget names all the time.
Same.
Okay. How do you okay, so how do you remember names then?
Usually with name badges.
Okay, then put the pronouns on the name badges. Right?
They don't do that.
Then they should. Right? That's how you remember
I
names.
agree.
Then that's how we can remember pronouns. I think that tracks. Don't you? Are we on the same page? I'm not trying to raise my
Absolutely.
voice. I feel like this is very obvious stuff. Okay? It's not hard. What's wrong with using somebody's preferred fucking pronouns? What's wrong with it?
Oh,
Just get used to it. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And I don't have all these people walking around identifying as like bun self. That's like a TikTok thing. They don't even demand that in real life ever. They don't. I've never seen somebody do that. I know one person who goes by 1/1s, and they prefer that, and that's fine. It's not hard for me. Queen Laura is a moderator of mine, and 1 is very nice, and I like 1. And that's why I use 1's preferred pronouns, and I think that is a good thing to do. Don't you?
Yes,
Don't you?
I agree with you.
Okay, great. What's the problem? What would you like to talk about? Go on.
And maybe I didn't explain it correctly. But
Maybe not.
It's
Go on.
So where I worked, every
Okay.
single I worked in IT, so we have to interact with every single employee in the company. So that creates the challenge of that it's hard to remember who goes by what pronouns. So HR says that we need to always use they them pronouns unless we're told otherwise. We don't have a system to write any of that down. So as being the only trans
propose
person
a
on the
system.
IT, I
Propose a
tried.
system.
They won't do anything.
Okay.
But other companies
then
do
that's
this
the
too.
problem, right?
Yes, because
Okay.
they want to respect everyone,
not-
but by
okay.
doing so, they're creating another issue.
Okay, so it's not defaulting to they them.
Well,
It's
that's
the fact-
what the guidance says.
Oh,
It says that you have to use they them unless you know for absolute
I
certain
don't-
what someone's pronouns are.
Listen, I don't dislike your idea. I think it would be a good idea to have a list of pronouns next to the names. That's a good idea. That way, you can just refer to that instead of automatically referring to them as they, them. But what if somebody new joins and you don't know their pronouns and they haven't written it down yet? How will you refer to them? What if they're gender ambiguous? What if you can't tell? What pronoun will you use? More than likely.
More than likely, I use they, them.
They, them! So what's the problem with that being the default? Are we good? Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I get your perspective.
All right. Good stuff. Anything else?
I'll have yourself a good one.
All right, you as well. Thank you very much for coming in. That was fun. That was fun. I had a good time. What do you guys think? I love your brain. Thank you. I just, like... Is it me? Is it me? Like, am I wrong? Eight out of 7 would recommend. Thank you. I just feel like I'm thinking so clearly lately, and nobody else is. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, it's just... You're right, 100 out of 10. Thank you. Put on a damn name tag? Listen. I'm not trying to be mean. Okay, it sucks to get misgendered. I'm not trying to diss that. All right? That sucks. I know. You don't like being misgendered, but defaulting to they, them is not... What's the problem? Like, we default to an assumption either way. I have misgendered people because I assumed the wrong gender. One way or another, you're probably going to get it wrong at some point. Because you're guessing at the end of the day. So why not just keep it gender neutral? That is a perfectly reasonable policy. There's nothing wrong with it. The only reason you'd find it wrong is if you take offense to, like, being referred to as they, them if somebody doesn't know. But that's the most respectful pronoun for it. We already do that. The only alternative would be it/its. And some people go by that, but, like, that's not generally considered respectful to use as an assumption. So we don't. We use they, them. It feels like there's an internal fear they don't pass, and that's why everyone used they, them for them when they want it to be called she, her. But A, who cares? B, clocky queen, and B, you'll pass. Listen. I understand that when it comes to gender dysphoria, being misgendered, even just like by a policy, like you get they, them sometimes because people genuinely don't know, even though you are trying to pass as a woman, and they, them you. Okay? Well, goddamn. I really thought I looked like a woman today. I really thought I was going to get she, her. That sucks. That really fucking sucks. You know, I'm not dissing that. I'm not dissing that. What I am saying, though, is that if that's company policy, then it's company fucking policy. It's not personal. It's not personal. Nobody's doing that to get after you. They're not doing it on purpose. That's company policy. Just correct them. Just correct them. It's not a big deal. If you're confident in how you look, it will not be a big deal. Now, if somebody's doing it to be a dick on purpose, then yeah, fuck that guy. Okay? But accidents happen. I have misgendered cis people before. It's embarrassing. You just correct yourself. Everyone's alive. It's an honest mistake. Move on. Yeah, stand up for yourselves. That's fine. But also perceive the situation correctly. If somebody is accidentally misgendering you, perceive it as an accident, right? It was an accident, but it still irritated you, and you can make that known. Be like, okay, I'm actually she, her. Please. Appreciate it. No biggie. Be correct, we move on. Have a proportional response. One guy I worked with said he uses they, them for everyone since it is easier than trying to remember. I think that's fine. In public, I get gendered correctly. Okay, great. Okay. I'm tired. Let's get rid of you people. Who's live? Ah. I'm off to the fucking dreamland. My eyes hurt. W stream I rate 8 out of 8. Thank you. Riverboat Jack. We can do Riverboat Jack. That works. Sure. Why not? Give me just a minute. I was not monetized this whole... Fuck me. I didn't make no money. I am a socialist. Let it not be said that I have not committed a socialist action tonight by not monetizing myself. It's not a big deal. I barely make anything off the streams anyway. What am I doing? Why is raiding on YouTube so complicated? I just need a command. I would like to just have a command to raid. I don't like this system. The redirect thing is so annoying. Okay, Riverboat Jack. Got it. Thank you. Save. All right. This was fun. Bye. Fuck no money. It's fine. I don't do this for the money. Don't get any idea, Saki Tanuki. Pay your dues. Okay. Raid, Riverboat Chat. Okay. Raid's happening. I want to thank you all very much for tuning in. Love you all. I had a great time. I thought this was a learning experience for all of us. You know, communication with people who disagree with you can be a finicky thing, you know. Love the stream. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. All right. Have a good night, everybody. See you all later.